100% of the revenue, all of it. You could spend days arranging all the parts only for somebody else to get paid for your hard work. Then YouTube finally introduced the concept of revenue sharing. The logic is pretty straightforward. If you perform a composition without using the original sound recording, the revenue gets shared between you and the original creator. On paper that sounds fair, but in reality the word shared is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Let me show you the reality. This video got around 800,000 views. My shared revenue for almost 1 million views, $224. Just for reference, 800,000 views should make around $2,000, and that's a low estimate. This video made about $8 in the first 4 days. My latest one, 300,000 views, $24. Now sometimes when a video goes live, YouTube gives you the option to try and remove those claims by editing the video in post. You can cut a section out or mute part of the audio, and yeah, it actually works. But if I were to go in and fix all these claims by muting and cutting things, I would completely break the core ideas of many videos. Could you imagine if gaming channels had to deal with this kind of stuff too? Imagine if game publishers could just step in and say, you played our boss music for too long, or you showed our third level and accidentally said the main villain's name, you're gonna get copyright claim. There would be an absolute revolution on this platform. But because it's music, everyone just kind of accept that this is the normal way things work. That's just the reality. I spent days scripting, recording, only to get a copyright claim in the first 5 minutes. But yeah, this is not just about the money. It's about the fact that claimed videos often just straight up die after getting claimed. I was watching a Moist Critical video and he actually showed exactly how much he's made in his whole YouTube career, and he was talking about a number around $35 million. When that number popped up on my screen, my first thought was, I picked the wrong YouTube niche. While Charlie's out there yapping about internet drama, I'm over here trying to convince a piece of wood with 4 strings to not get me sued into the shadow realm. I've also seen this clip of Jacksepticeye saying he has made $400,000 from playing just one game. I was like the meme, you guys are getting paid? Now, one thing Charlie brought up in his video is that a lot of big YouTubers kind of lie to their audience, or at least heavily misrepresent how much money they're actually making. He said creators at the top should be more transparent, but I have to slightly disagree when it comes to music content. The difference is incredibly real. For a lot of music creators out there, that lower ad revenue isn't just fake modesty or clever branding strategy, it's the actual harsh reality. We are on the exact same platform, pulling similar numbers views, but dealing with completely different rules. And then there is the whole other side of the system almost nobody talks about enough, the process of actually disputing the claims. In theory, if you get hit with a claim, you think it's wrong, like when you are clearly operating under fair use, you have the right to dispute it. But in reality, whenever I dispute a claim, there is always a very real risk that the rights holder decides to escalate the situation. And if it escalates, you run the risk of getting a copyright strike. And remember, you get 3 strikes, your account is gone. So just think about this scenario for a moment. You spend years of your life building up your channel, you cultivate your audience, build a massive catalog of videos, and then the system expects you to gamble all of it just because a massive record label may or may not have the legal right to claim 12 seconds of your bass playing. That is exactly what I do, and honestly, what the vast majority of music creators do is absolutely nothing. We just sit there and do nothing. We take the claim on the chin and move on, because the terrifying risk of fighting it and potentially losing everything feels so much worse than just accepting it. And the record labels know this. They know that most creators won't fight their claims, and that is what makes the system broken. It rewards overclaiming. If you are the claimant, there is virtually zero downside to being as aggressive as possible. But if you are an independent creator, the downside of standing up for yourself can be catastrophic. Now, I want to be super clear here. I'm not saying that rights holders should not be paid. Of course they should. Songwriters deserve to make money from their work. My issue is that YouTube copyright system seems to be designed in a way that just punishes transformative content and general music-based creativity. It ends up punishing a lot of the very things that actually help keep these older songs still alive and relevant to this day. I know what you can say. Why don't I just make 100% original music so I don't have to deal with all of this? Good point. Sometimes I do fully original videos, but as a music creator, it's impossible to not encounter copyrighted music. And if I want to teach a bass line, I have to play it, right? Imagine a music teacher. He spends days learning one piece of music, and then he makes a 2-hour deep lesson for his students, and at the end of the class, he doesn't get paid. That's the same concept here. But you know what? Even with all the frozen revenues, the strikes, and all of this, I was joking when I said I picked the wrong niche. I love what I do, and I get to see you guys pick up instruments, start slapping, and this is a beautiful privilege, and I'm deeply grateful for it every single day. The system might be broken, but the community is not. But because I've sat here and watched so many of my videos get claimed, I also feel the need to be honest with you guys about something. The only reliable way I make revenue nowadays is thanks to sponsors. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to rant about this. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and that's about it. See ya.
Chat, you ever been fired from a job? Let me know in the comments. It's happened to me before, but it was because the company got absolved. Come on, soundboard. It's time to clock in.
I think it'd be best for us to not move forward anymore.
The most disturbing part of this video is the fact that she's eating a foot-long glizzy. The Glizzy Gladiator. She's about to be attending the Glizzy Gauntlet. How dare you go straight to the neck with a foot-long glizzo? Might as well start calling her Glizzo, like Lizzo but Glizzo, you know what I mean? Golly, I bet her dad was a giraffe neck so long.
We're not seeing the performance that we on the other side of training. And so, I know it's probably not what you wanted to hear today, but I wanted to share it with you just so you kind of understand why we're deciding to not move forward.
Shots fired!
The thing is, dude,
I wanted to share it with you just so you kind of understand why we're deciding to not move forward on the other side of training. And
the thing is, dude, I used to work at a sales company. And if out of the training month that you had, they gave you an entire month for training. If out of that month you weren't able to at least make $1,800 on the phone, because it was a sales company, right? We're cold calling, pretty much telemarketing at its best. If you weren't able to make a $1,800 in commission for the month, you got fired. That's just how it was. It was cutthroat. And every single month, if you didn't perform, you got put on a PIP, which is a performance improvement plan. If you couldn't hit this PIP, you were gone. I was there for like a year and a half, and I eventually quit because I just didn't want to do it anymore. I want to do something else. But dude, they were churning people out. And so it might have been something like that where she just wasn't performing, therefore she got let go. Is that another man? Oh no.
You serious?
That's a whole other man. At his own wedding? Oh my God. Make a man crash out. Caught this nasty, cheating at 1 a.m. with this cop. Got your job, buddy.
Because this is my home, I pay the bills, the mortgage in my name. I'm just trying to figure out why when I pull in at 1 o'clock in the morning that there's a police officer at my house.
I got dispatched out here, you know. We had a distressed female. I had to come and just make sure, you know, I had to come and make sure to take care of her.
Officer,
This would be crazy work.
What's your name and badge number, sir?
On the clock?
Name and badge number, sir?
No, what are you doing?
Name and badge number, sir?
Case
Case,
Case
badge number?
6596.
That's it? All right, thank you,
Piping your girl down like his dad was a plumber.
sir. Why were you dispatched out here tonight?
It wasn't dispatched.
Why was you called out here tonight?
Please come over.
One more time, what's your name?
He's like, I
and
had a penile appointment.
badge number?
Case wire.
And you're putting on your uniform and everything?
What?
Yeah, y'all just got them.
You're disgusting.
My son's in here sleeping.
You're disgusting, the gaslighting. It's always shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right, chat.
You're
And
disgusting, bro.
Vanessa, I'm filing a lawsuit, and you know I got the money, baby girl.
Filing a lawsuit for her cheating. I will say, you know, the only thing that's disgusting is the fact that you guys haven't downloaded free cash yet. You can scan this QR, you can play a QR code, you can download, and you can download free cash and play mobile games and get paid. You know, $5 on me if you sign up now. And this is just for people that want to make a little bit of extra cash. I got a guy that's made $2,500 in a year and a half on this. Shout out to Eric. He's in the Discord. If you don't believe me, hop in the Discord. Links in the description. But hit that. Get some extra cash on me. On me, chat.
My son's in here sleeping right now, and there's an officer that just got that. Hey, so what's the time, officer? Can you tell me the time right now?
Dude, she asked me to come over, man.
Officer, can you see the time on your wrist and tell me what the time is right now?
See, this is my whole thing with this, though. If this dude knew, he's breaking bro code. But the thing is, you need to be getting on your wife, bruh. This really ain't got nothing to do with him. He was just handling a tuna appointment. You know what I'm saying? He had a dick appointment. He had to show up. He was on time. He looks like he got right off of work. He didn't even try to change. He maybe showered at your crib. You need to be getting on your woman. This is what I'll never understand when people get mad at the person that is the not the one that's cheating, but the third party that's bucking the person that's cheating. They always get mad at them. Get mad at your girl, bro.
And I can't tell
You are a servant.
Yeah.
I pay my taxes.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what the time is right now? And you're putting on your body cam that you took off to my old lady.
I didn't have sex with her, man.
Is there a body cam that's been put on? Look how sweaty his face is. Has
You
there
didn't buck her? You're a liar! Come on, brother. Sweating like you in a sauna.
been a body cam that's been put on since you've been here? Vanessa, on my son.
You're crazy,
Get down, baby
bro.
girl.
You're crazy.
Hey, you can see your way out. Well, hey, one more time, officer. What was you dispatched here for? You never told me. It's been on camera the whole time. Punk.
Bro, he didn't get dispatched. He got dick-spatched. It's terrible. It's terrible. You know, it's terrible. But it happens, dude. It happens to people all the time. It sucks. I got fired because my boss found my TikTok. So make me famous so I can pay my rent.
How about no?
I'd rather not. What are you wearing, dude? Did you rob your dad's closet? What is that? Men really don't get their opinions don't matter because most of them are unattractive. Baby girl.
You really are a fat bastard.
Your chin's connected to your chest.
And that's the thing about these men on social media is like they really are not aware that majority of men are unattractive.
Wait, what the self-awareness has left the chat.
Huh. And why does that matter?
That's why your opinion does not matter. Unattractive people cannot tell me anything.
Well, then you need to quit speaking.
Gotcha, bitch.
What? Was that supposed to make any sense? Just because a person happens to be attractive doesn't make them a more reliable source than an unattractive person.
Facts.
Good grief.
I'm sorry, like, I don't find you attractive. You're balding. Balding people definitely can't tell me anything.
You're fatting.
Big bag,
How about
big
that?
bag.
You're balding, you're fatting.
Like, if you're balding, your opinion does... I don't care about your opinion.
Balding. Okay.
Wow.
Well, what about those individuals who happen to be overweight? Do their opinions matter? Or is that
Stop. Let's not even call them overweight anymore. Let's just call them fat.
subject to taboo?
There's lots of things that would make me not care about one's opinion.
Oh, such as?
Especially
Freckle in between your eyes, the second or third chin. Which one?
if you're a man, I really don't care about your opinion. Because most of you all are not attractive at all.
So they're only going to listen to a man if he's attractive enough. I guess that would be one of those situations of pretty privilege. In some people's eyes, unless you're attractive, your opinion simply doesn't matter. You have to be pretty.
Her side piece exposed her the week of her wedding in front of her new husband for having relations at Aunt Jill's house. Not Aunt Jill. Anything but Aunt Jill.
Touch me or you'll be going to the police.
Don't take a picture of me.
You are a cheater.
Are you literally gonna let that happen?
Look what you did to him. You just married him. You me on your wedding week. You are disgusting.
No, I didn't.
Oh, we didn't our Aunt Jill's house, was it?
No.
I have proof. I have text messages. I have proof. If you lay a finger on me, you're going to jail. Okay? You are disgusting. Gabby Setterfeld, or whatever the her real name is. Just wait until I call your work and let them know what to do. You're disgusting.
I need you to move your car.
My car is
The week of the wedding. Crazy work. I got some other clips I want to cover too later on. I think you guys will find them interesting.
down broken.
Yeah, could you move it down? Because you're blocking my drive partly, and I need the space. Can you
I'm
move
not
the car?
blocking no drive. My car is down broken.
Yep.
They want it. You cannot see that they want it as well. Not.
Well, I don't know. It looks like you're just chilling here. But
I'm
can
not.
you just
I'm
move-
chilling.
can you
I'm
just
waiting
move it
for
down a bit?
recovery.
Just wait there. I want to go and get Mercedes, okay? Because I'm not happy with this.
For what? I don't need a Mercedes.
So,
What in the?
not moving. I said that you need your space, and he's.
I need the space. What are you doing?
Sorry. What?
That's what I've been saying to you. This is Mercedes. I need you to.
This is not a Mercedes. This is a girl.
This is my girlfriend.
This is not a Mercedes.
My name
Okay,
is
so what do you want?
Mercedes.
What? Why?
Bro, how you gonna give your daughter a stage name, bro? Yeah, this is my daughter, Crystal Mercedes. Stop it, bro. Dude, stop giving these kids these names of stage names, bro.
Why you bring it? You're not a car.
I drive a car. My car is normally parked here. but
Okay,
it's
so why not go to your car? You driving a Mercedes?
No, I don't drive a Mercedes. My name is Mercedes. I drive a Nissan.
You name it Mercedes. What is your name? BMW.
Joanne, we discovered that earlier.
Okay.
We just
Okay.
because you need to move your car.
Okay.
This dude's on demon
My
time.
car is down broken. Look, the bonnet is up.
Yeah, I'm just saying, just pop it down, shimmy down.
But
so we
I
can
can't
park
because the car is broken.
Well, how long is it?
The car's
is it-
broken down.
how
I'm
long
waiting
until
for recovery.
How long until recovery? This is a joke.
What do you mean that's a joke? I'm not joking around.
So how long until recovery's here then?
I don't know how long till recovery is here.
Have you even called them?
I have called them.
So I'm not
But
convinced
then
that
you
you're
coming to me saying about the Mercedes, parking a Mercedes here. Are you the recovery? Are you going to provide me a Mercedes?
Oh.
This is
Oh
painful.
my gosh.
Oh my gosh, what?
Do you want me to break it down for you?
Okay.
My name is Mercedes.
Stupid.
I drive a Nissan. You are in my parking space, so I now need you to stop here, move your car so I can park my car here by my house.
Okay, BMW. My car is down broken.
He's on demon time, bro.
I don't get why.
Hey, Joanne, is that your name?
Yes.
Do you have warranty with your Mercedes?
So can you move the car?
I love it. Got caught cheating and tries to frame him with domestic violence. Okay, wow. I love this.
Can you just come?
Look at her calling the police on me. Calling the police on me. You strange. You strange.
You're strange.
Look at you. Strange.
You don't have your mom call the police.
Call the police on me. I got you all on record.
What?
I got you all on record. Got you
Why is
all
she walking like she got a butt plug?
on record. Doing what? I got you all on record. They're not gonna believe you. Nobody cares. Bye. Miss, you don't have to do that. She's crazy. She don't live here. She doesn't live here. No, you don't live here. No, we don't. You don't live here. How do you pay the rent? How do you pay the rent? Miss, she's crazy as please. I don't care who you call. Call them.
Bro, this is really why you gotta be worried of where you stick your pickle, brother. These crazy women, man, they will get you every time.
Leave. You're on camera. Bye. Bye.
Good Lord, I feel bad for the guys that got to deal with that. Crazy chicks, brother. Like it'd be cool at first. It really does. Has this allure to it. It's a different spice maybe you haven't had. You feel like you're in Dune with all the spice. But then eventually, it gets played out. It's got passed by a girl.
Didn't really need the sticker to figure that one out, did we?
Car's basically total.
Is 22, claims to be a Christian, and looking for a long-term relationship. Okay, dude. Like, no worries.
Really?
We fixed it. See, I don't know why it's so difficult for y'all to put a freaking shirt on. Now we have Laura. Okay, bro. Has the cross right in between her cleavage. But no worries at all. We have Isabella, who's 30 years old, claims to be a Catholic, also looking for a long-term relationship. And she's partying downtown in a bra. But no worries, because we fixed it yet again.
Sorry, Dad shirts. I need to make some of those.
Lastly, we have Anna, another Catholic, looking for a long-term relationship, partying downtown in a bra, drinking alcohol. But worry not, because we fixed it. Making women Christian again, one dating profile at a time. That's
so good.
So tough.
That guy's hilarious, though. Karen neighbor tries to evict me.
Evicted? You have no authority here at all. You're not my landlord. You're just my neighbour.
I am acting on behalf of the landlord. You need to be out tonight. You're a disgrace.
Give me a reason.
You've been having wild parties. You've kept it in a disgusting way. You haven't...
Alright, what's it going to do with you what I do with my life? I don't come to your house and start having it with you.
You signed a...
I don't show up to the brothel and take the penis out of your mouth when you're working, Rebecca.
disagreement.
I signed it with my landlord, not you. You're my nosy neighbour. Off.
He's only been living there for 3 months.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen you been sneaking around my hedges and watching me constantly.
Because you're a nuisance. The whole street thinks you're a nuisance.
Give me some names.
No, I don't have to. I'm acting up on behalf of them. You've just been a pest. You've been having parties.
Right.
You've been noisy. You haven't been putting your bin out.
Right.
I like to live a nice, quiet life.
You think this is quiet?
And move out to the country, honey. This is what I'll never understand. If you don't want loud apartment living, don't live in an apartment. Don't live in an area where you live right on top of people. Live somewhere else. Go out to the country and live. You want a nice, quiet life? Go live in the country, honey.
This is a one-off. Once you've gone, you should go back to your home.
He's the only uni student on the street.
We just don't want your kind around here.
And what's my kind? Go on, list it.
I don't have to tell you.
List it, my kind. Get off my property before I call the police. Off you go.
No, off you go.
Look,
Pack your bags.
I don't want to speak to you, so I'll tell you what.
You'll regret this.
It's not a legal binding document. What are you talking about? It's like trying to arrest me and not even being a cop.
Stop.
Can't prove the ID of people who are buying alcohol.
Wait, you can prove that we're 18?
Can you show me proof that you've bought all these drinks?
Not at all.
She's demanding to see their receipts.
For what reason? Sorry.
Because we need to be able to prove the ID of someone who's buying alcohol.
Can we drink these on the table?
You need to leave.
Karen, you're holding up the line. I need my McChicken and my McNuggets.
Karen cries over nuggets yet calls me fat.
You're holding up the line there, Karen.
Shut the up, you. Record me all you want to before I spit on you.
Oh no, Karen. Is that saliva out your mouth there, Karen?
I'm automatically a Karen because I walked up.
Yeah, because you're a fat white woman. It's usually the annoying white women are the ones that are Karens. That's usually just what the usual suspects. Put in one in the chat if you agree. Usually a Karen is just a fat white woman or an old white woman.
Get out the line there, Karen. I'm gonna need my
On his car it says, a warning, approaching object.
McChicken, my fries, and my drink. Get out the way there, Karen.
Shut up, you fat.
Oh, stop that, Karen. I need my food to get more fatter, Karen. Watch out the way there, Karen. No, Karen, you're holding up the line there, Karen.
Just the way you say it.
Yeah, get out of here now, Karen. Thank you very much there. Forward on.
Karen in my business, you stupid.
Forward on with those fingers there, Karen.
Forward on with those fingers there.
All right, Karen.
Am I wrong, or is this a red flag? So I was at happy
Should this man had paid for all 3 of our drinks or not? Okay, here we go.
hour the other day with me, my sister, and my niece. We were having a good time. Drinks was flowing, you know. It was a nice time. It was a guy at the bar. We were sitting in the bar area, but we were in like a bar top table behind him. He noticed me. I noticed him. The waitress came to our table. She asked if we want another round of drinks. And he said, what is she drinking? Talking about me. I told him it was a glass of wine, a glass of Pinot. He said, put it on my tab. I got that, right? Which was nice. That was a nice gesture. He paid for my drink. But my question is, should he have paid for all 3 of our drinks? Because usually when I'm out and...
No.
How about no?
Unless he's bucking all 3 of y'all. You know what I mean? I don't even think... The entitlement that these egg-headed women have to think that just because you with your little chicken-headed friends that I should have to pay for all those drinks. You're lucky you even got your drink paid for. Be grateful and move on. Just the greediness, the entitlement is crazy to me.
A guy does that. If it's other women at the table, he'll pay for all. He'll say that round is on me, it's all 3. And this guy didn't. It was an older guy. I mean, I am just used to that's what guys do. Should he have paid?
No, you're not used to that because you don't have a man. You know what I mean?
Shots fired!
For all 3 of our drinks. And I think he might have bought me another drink. I'm not sure. The wine was flowing. But he didn't pay for all 3. He only paid for my drink. So is that a red flag? Should he have paid
No,
for...
you're the red flag. He's a very nice guy. That's a green flag from him, a red flag from you.
all 3, or was that one enough?
God, Jesus, you can't make this stuff up, dude. You really can't make this stuff up. The entitlement's insane to me. All right, let's hop into the Twitter. I got some clips for you guys. Let's switch gears. Switch a little bit of gears here. So Jada Pinkett Smith is going nuclear right now, talking about whether she's going to let her husband move back in with her.
So are y'all living together?
It's just this beautiful connection. We will.
Look at that.
Not right now.
But you will.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's.
Why do you say that with such clarity?
Because that's what it's going to be.
That's where it's headed.
Yeah.
And you both are on that page.
Yeah, and but right now I really do enjoy my space.
Yeah.
Y'all know what they mean by space, right?
She's a runner, she's a track star.
I've been living.
Just look at this picture. picture right here. The way she's sitting, open to the world, green line theory. He's failing miserably. Like, this is just, Will Smith needs to run. He needs to go. This is why I say money can't unlame you, chat. This man has hundreds of millions of dollars, one of the best actors, and I, in my opinion, I think he's one of the best actors that we have right now. He's incredible. Every movie he's in is really good. But as far as his personal life, money cannot unlame you. This is lame behavior. He's closed off, got his legs crossed, the green line, he's failing miserably, and then he's with this bald-headed woman. Talking about, I enjoy my space, I might let him move back in with me. Boy, you better be disgraced if your woman's online talking about you like this in front of thousands of people. Oh my God.
I am my mother's only child.
Oh, we can tell. The entitlement, you're reeking of it.
Right? And so having this time that I've had to myself has been fantastic. Just to get to know me, you know.
Get to know, baby girl, you're 50 years old.
Gotcha, bitch.
Talking about getting to know yourself. You had 50 years.
Even to have my house exactly how I want it. I don't have to be like, well, what color do you want this wall? You know what I mean? I can just do it.
You're the chooser.
I'm the chooser.
You're the chooser.
Right.
So when you imagine your life back together, because I'm sure you've seen it, how does that look to you?
We don't know yet.
You'll build that.
We'll build that.
Good Lord. Dude, if Cass was on some show talking about me like that, I'd be in shambles, brother. Complete shambles. There's just no way. Like, you can't go back from that, dude. You can't, like, this is crazy work. The fact that she's even comfortable enough talking about that around other women is wild to me. It is wild to me. Here's Sabrina Carpenter. The misandry that we have to deal with in today's society is crazy.
Call men stupid in every possible way that you can. As time went on, I learned the way to make music. You write what speaks to you, and you write the music that you want to listen to yourself. Call men stupid in every possible way that you can. Let's call men stupid again. Fuck it.
Yeah, that's it. Like, imagine a man got on stage and said, oh, we call women stupid. You know, that's what we do. That's how you make a career, right? I mean, actually, it's kind of worked pretty well for me on this channel. So, a streamer is going viral right now, reveals she had a 304 face and keeps a list of all the men she's been with on her phone. And she also lets Tinder dates skeet in.
I have a note in my Apple folder. It has the list of every person that I've had sex with, and I rank the sex. And
let me see.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
Rank the dick. Is that weird?
That's awesome. I mean, it's definitely...
No, it's hoe behavior.
Not normal.
Really? Because I want to remember, like, my body count and stuff, right? So then I have...
She's responsible.
I have
Can
this...
I see it?
Yes.
Oh my God, that's awesome! I can't wait to see.
Well, first of all, this guy on the far right, you can't see him. He's swinging for the other team, and Hassan might be too as well. I don't even know.
See this.
I have this list.
And of course, the other girls are like, yeah, that's amazing.
You have been out there.
Wait, really?
I had a hoe phase. I had a hoe
Good
phase
for you.
in college.
Nice. Good for you.
Yes.
I'm
I
so
wanted
happy for
to
you.
remember, like, their names, and then I have, like, the
Some of
sex
these notes
ranking.
are so funny.
Are they thorough?
These
Are most men just like really bad?
They're all horrible.
Really?
Maybe I'm
But
picking
you're
the wrong
talking about
men.
like Columbia undergrads.
You know what that says about you, though, baby girl? They're all horrible. That means the material you're made out of is pump and dump material. It doesn't look good on you when you say they're all horrible. It actually looks really bad on you. Like, I love how women try to shame men and say they're bad in the sheets. Guess what? Still hit.
Gotcha, bitch.
Still hit. You can say whatever you want to still beat.
Like, of course.
Yeah.
Like,
What makes them bad? I'm curious, uniquely.
Like, they don't... Okay, I don't think I've ever finished with a guy.
Do they make an effort to make you finish?
so funny.
They try, and I just give up.
Okay,
I'm just like, just
but
stop.
let me ask this then. That's first of all, I'm sorry to hear that. That sounds fucking awful. Question I have for you is
This is so funny. She has a separate list of just dicks.
but the same name pops up multiple times.
Yeah, so that was like my messy phase where I had like I liked a guy, and then I would be like, oh, but we're not like official, so I was seeing other guys, and then it's a Tinder guy, right? And like
Whatever you're
they don't
comfortable
have any care to like for me. They just want to.
Oh, of course. They just want to
finish.
get done. Yeah.
So what happens is, and he's like, he has a condom on, and then he's like, can I take my condom off and come in you? And I'm like, and then buy you Plan B after, and I'm like, okay.
That's insane. That's not okay.
That's why there's an angry face next to him.
Oh my, wow. Yoinks, Scooby. This is the world. This is what, and she wants it to happen. She's not even mad about it. She wants it to happen. All right, here we go. Girl logic.
Wait, so you don't want men to lust over you, but you show off your whole body to the public? Oh, you just do it for yourself, no one else? Oh, men are just disgusting. Oh, true. Wait, but you want a traditional gentleman, but you don't want to be a traditional wife? Oh, that's different. Oh, men suck. Oh, true. Wait, so if it's your body, your choice, shouldn't you have just chosen not to have unprotected sex? Oh, that's different. Oh, it's just a clump of cells. Oh. Wait, so if you're completely over your ex, why do you keep talking about his new girl and stalking him? Oh, you just like to look and laugh and make fun. Oh, true.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Oh, body count doesn't matter, but you don't want to tell me the truth about your body count. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Here we go. Let's see here. Red flags. My red flags is that I have manhand. All right, let's see what we get. These are some serious red flags. I saw this and about fell out of my chair, bro.
Red flag is that I have man hands, and I only shave my legs twice a year.
Brother, So, I do have an OnlyFans.
She's a runner, she's a track star.
With over 30,000 subscribers.
My red flag is that my favorite restaurant is Taco Bell.
Taco Bell not even good.
I fart like an AK-47. And I love to smell them.
Ah.
I am friends with all of my exes, and
she's a runner, she's a track star.
I've slept with all of my friends.
This is what men have to deal with in the dating market. I'm friends with all my exes. I've slept with all my friends. This is crazy, bro. The dark side of pretty privilege. Oh my God, it looks like she has a lot on her mind.
Shots fired!
You could play tic-tac-toe on her forehead. You know, once I heard she went to college and the professor congratulated her because she had a lot of really big thoughts.
Shots fired!
You know, she likes to think outside the forehead. You know, some people say she even wrote The Longest Yard. You know? My God. You know, I almost bet you she can remember what happens tomorrow. You know what I mean? With a head like that.
Pretty privilege can just be so hard and like draining sometimes because like whenever I go
You must be talking about your friends. I know you're not talking about yourself.
outside, people are always staring at me. Like
They're staring at you because you have a 40-inch forehead.
they're like, who's this like beautiful, hot, like stunning human being?
I'll take things that have never happened for $1 million.
And I just have to pretend that I don't see them.
They trust me. They see that forehead though.
Cause like I just have to go on with my day, but like they're constantly stopping me, being like, "Oh my God, like can I like take a picture with you?" And like, can I like what's your secret to be?
When you're the butt of the joke and you don't know it right here. This makes my forehead look small. I need to pull her up more often, chat. You see that? Wait a minute. Is our foreheads like the same length? Chat, tell me hers looks longer than mine. Tell me hers looks bigger. Make me feel better. Please. Put a 1 in the chat if mine's smaller. That's a big forehead, dude. That's a very large forehead.
Being so hot, and I'm just like, I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just me, you know.
I'm just me, you know, baby girl. They're making fun of you. They are making so much fun of you, and you don't even realize it. You don't even realize it. All right, here we go. What do we got here? What do we got here? What do we got here? Put his girlfriend of 3 years on a loyalty test before proposing, and she failed. I tested my girlfriend's loyalty before proposing. She failed.
Surprise, Jackie.
Surprise, Sade. Honestly, I'm going to keep it a thou wow. Who sits outside the movies and eats the popcorn? What?
Your date won't be coming back. Your date won't be coming back. You know why your date won't be coming back?
What are you doing here?
You know why your date won't be coming back? Your date won't be coming back because your date is my cousin.
Well, why are you recording?
This is a setup.
Why are you recording?
This is a setup, and it was a loyalty test.
This is so childish.
And you failed miserably. You failed miserably, Jackie.
I can't believe you would
You
do
failed
something
miserably.
like
I put you through a test before I proposed to you. All men should do the same thing. Put you through a test and you failed miserably. You failed miserably, Jackie. You going to see the movie? You going to see the movie? can't believe you going to see the movie?
Like this.
What? Excuse me?
I can't believe this is so you're so childish.
You say I'm childish. How's I'm childish, Jackie? How's I'm childish?
I'm just gonna...
We've been together 3 years. I made myself to make sure I gave you a loyalty test and you failed. Where you going? Why you not gonna stay and watch the movie?
She's wearing a whole cheetah print skin tight bodysuit. Oh, she knew what time it was.
Not gonna stay and watch the movie? You're not gonna stay and watch the movie? Where you going?
Oh, she's wearing a skin tight dress. Okay.
You're not gonna stay and watch the movie? You're not gonna stay and watch I'm childish? You're not gonna stay and watch the movie?
Ignorant.
Everybody, give these women a loyalty test.
Dude, okay. So I've had a lot of guys hit me up and be like, Levi, can you do the loyalty test thing? Here's what you do, bro. You go to Spencer's. You buy one of those fake lottery tickets for you and her. Or you buy you one, you buy her the fake one that's the winner. And then you ask her, like, all right, I bought you some I bought a scratch off for us. Like, what would you do with the money? And she's like, oh, okay, this and that, or that and this. And then you basically give her the winning one, let her scratch it off and see how she reacts. If she's like, oh my God, we have all this money now, this is awesome. Or if she's like, it's over, I'm not doing this anymore. Just to see. That's how you can do a loyalty test without having to make a fake account, try to find her on Tinder and do all that mess. Here we go. Modern woman claims attractive men have more privilege than attractive women just due to the scarcity of them. Does she have a point, or is she completely out of touch? I'm gonna give it a. She's probably out of touch.
You can't sit here and tell me that being an attractive girl has more perks than being an attractive dude. There are pretty bitches everywhere. There are less
There is not pretty women everywhere. That is a lie.
You're a liar! Attractive males than there are females. And I literally say this all the time. Men can get away with way more shit than women. If I was given the option to choose, I would be a fucking good-looking dude. Give no...
No, okay. This is completely false. And you want to know why? Because why do men get harsher sentences for the same thing? Why is that women can just straight lie on men and get no time in jail? Why is it that women can make false claims and men get, grape charges or other charges and will go to prison for 3 to 5 years off of a lie? Why is that the case? If, attractive men get away with more. No, women will get a slap on the wrist for something a man will get 3 to 5 years for. It's not even close. It's a horrible comparison. It's not even close. So, yeah. All right, here we go. What do we got here? I got some more clips. I like that. I got so many clips. Oh yeah, the Hawk Tua girl is saying that she didn't know about the rug pull, this crypto coin, Hawk Tua coin.
So the day that the coin launched,
my Hawk meme coin is live!
I actually had, I think 2 podcasts that day. We were in California when it happened, and the guy that was in the room with us, the one that was like operating the coin, we noticed he was like pacing around everywhere, like nervous, and I was like, is that normal? Like, why is he acting like that? Because, I'm doing a podcast, I'm not controlling the coin, but after all that and we finished all the podcasts, everybody just kind of went out of the room and they looked concerned, and I was like, what is going on? Like, I don't understand what's happening. And they're like, oh, nothing, you ain't gotta worry about it. I pull up my TikTok and the next thing I know, oh, yep, Haley Welch is going to jail. And I was like, what did I do? Why am I going to jail,
The thing is, dude, with these meme coins is that almost nobody gets prosecuted. Look at Logan Paul, look at Ice Poseidon, look at Haley Welch. I'm pretty sure there's FaZe people that have done it. Nope. Anytime a celebrity, I think Kim Kardashian's done it. Anytime a celebrity or an influencer says, hey, I'm pumping out a meme coin, don't buy it, chat. If you ever hear me say, hey, we're doing a Loki coin, please don't buy it. You just know I'm down bad and it's a money grab. I'm telling you right now, if I ever say I'm pumping a meme coin, don't do it. Just don't do it, because I'm going to be scamming y'all. I'm going to be hellaciously down bad and trying to just make a bunch of money and run. That's what it'll be. Because the thing is, none of these people get prosecuted. Nobody gets prosecuted when this stuff happens, dude. Nobody does. Nobody does. So just know that if you ever see me pumping a meme coin, that it's a wrap for your boy's career. Hopefully you never see it, though. Loki free.
I had trouble sleeping last night, and I'm not even kidding when I say this. I'm okay, right? Just to put it out there. But right now, League is not. So let me explain what's happening. Yesterday, there was a tweet that was posted by Riot Froxon. He essentially says that they had discussions about Apex LP gains, which means Master Plus, it means Challenger, Grandmaster, everything. They think that the only solution right now to Masters Plus being as fucked up as it is removing the soft cap of LP. So now I know a lot of you are probably thinking, what does that mean? So what it means is that in the past, Riot had this soft cap of LP, where essentially if you would go to 2000 LP, they wouldn't want you to go higher than that. So once you get to 2000, you start getting like plus 10, minus 30. Now, what Riot actually ended up doing was they said that they think that the solution this season to how they were going to fix it was by removing the soft cap. They gave reasonings that we're going to talk about soon, but that pretty much have to do with overall feeling. I know you're probably thinking, what do they mean though by removing a soft cap? Obviously, that's the question on everyone's mind. Is they mean that they expect ranked to get to a point where rank 1 is 4000 LP. Now, just so you can understand this, okay? 4000 LP is unironically almost double the amount of time it takes for you to go from Iron 40 LP to Masters. And they expect Master 0 LP and rank 1 to have a 4000 LP difference. When I read this post, initially, I was shocked. Because to me, this is not the solution, and I don't think anybody thinks it's the solution. So what I did was I made a tweet. Now he responded to me, and he was essentially like going back, like we had a little bit of a back and forth, so I responded to him. Then he responded to me again, I responded to him. And then they responded to me again, and I responded, and then I stopped getting responses. But then when I woke up this morning, I was looking at screenshots, and I didn't feel like going live. And the reason why I didn't want to go live was because I knew that if I would go live, this would be all that I would be able to talk about for the next 10 hours on my stream. So now I know you're probably thinking, Dantes, what screenshots were you seeing? Let me show you. General Sniper is the current NA rank 1. At 2500 LP, he is gaining 30 LP a game. He just got plus 60 LP at 2500 LP. And as we speak, General Sniper right now is at an all-time LP peak of 2637. Europe, the current challenger cutoff is 1530 points. 4 years ago, this was unironically a rank 1 level. And the reason why this is happening is because what Riot did is they actually inverted everybody's LP gains that's in the top 10 of the ladder. So what that means is that if you're a plus 10 minus 30, you are now plus 30 minus 10. If you're plus 13 minus 27, you are now plus 27 minus 13. And this will continue all the way to 4000 LP. It's not the fix. So, seeing all these screenshots, seeing all these tweets, right? I woke up this morning and I said, I need to make a post. So, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to read this post for you guys, right? So we can talk about it. But before we do, I want you to understand why it took me 4 hours to make this. I have been going on all of the recent posts. I have been compiling all the information. And I have been literally just getting all of their arguments, everything that they've been saying, and I compiled it into this tweet that I will now read to you guys right now. But I don't just compile their arguments. I also tell you exactly what Riot thinks the solution is, and then I tell you what the problems with their solution are, and then I give you my own solution for every single one of these points. I could have found a cure for cancer. Instead, I'm trying to fix the ranking system. Do you guys understand how much this means to me? This is just like an intro, but in it I say, in this post I detail the 3 main situations that Riot has presented as problems within the rank system, as well as their proposed solutions. This post is structured with the detailing of 3 core situational problems, insight into smurfing, insight into a ladder reset, And then ending off with how everything could be fixed in the next 39 days and cement Season 16 as one of the greatest seasons for the ranked player base in the last decade. Is everybody ready for us to begin? So, let's talk about the first situation, which is elo inflation, essentially. So Riot, and this is paraphrasing everything that either Drew Levin or Riot Froxon have said on their tweets. I am not making anything up. These are directly copy and pasted from what they have said. Keep this in mind. Masters being more achievable this season and the best players getting stronger as years go on is expanding the gap between the bottom of Master and the top of Challenger. Us making climbing at Apex less daunting caused us to add Grandmaster several years ago, and we're nearing some of those fields now. The skill gaps in Apex are getting too big. Changes to the systems like these, the Master Plus system, are a natural part of League being a long-lived game and having growing player skills over time. So let me summarize what this means. Essentially, Riot is saying that over the course of years, a lot of people have gotten into Masters. And as a result, Masters doesn't actually reflect the skill difference between a Master 0 LP and a Challenger level player. Because let's say many years ago, right, you used to have like 1,000 players Master Plus, then it's like the difference between 0 and 1,000 LP is the difference between the top 1,000. Whereas nowadays, it's like the difference between rank 30,000 and rank 1 is only 2,000 LP. So because of that, because there have been more Masters players over the course of years, Riot has been looking for a fix in order to make it so that skill level is properly represented. So let's talk about what their fix was. In an effort to better differentiate between skill levels, allow LP numbers to become potentially unlimited so the higher end skill levels among Master and Challenger players is more visible and better represented. Now, what is the problem with this? The problem is that essentially what Riot is saying is, hey, we know that back in the day, the top 1,000, the difference used to be 0 and 1,000 LP. And nowadays, the difference between like 30,000 and rank 1 is like 2,000 LP. But we don't think that that's enough. We think that the best way that we can actually represent this is if we make it so that Challenger can be 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 LP, so that more and more people are going to be able to say, hey, I'm at this rank and it has a better indication of my skill level. So now, what are the issues with the Riot proposed solution? The first one is that grinding Master and Challenger now feels unrewarding and unattainable. Players who get into Masters on plus or minus 20 LP gains will not want to make the grind all the way to 1500 LP just at Grandmaster, which is 75 net wins, which is the literal same thing as going from Iron 4 0 LP to Platinum 4 0 LP. So just so you guys can conceptualize this, imagine you climb all the way from Iron 4 to Platinum 4 and you never see a rank up screen. That right now is what's happening on EU with Master and Challenger. But soon it's going to be like that with Grandmaster, and sooner it's going to be like that with like Grandmaster being 2,000, 3,000 LP. It's getting worse, okay? And then the problem is that players who hit Challenger will not want to grind all the way to rank 1 on even gains, since it will have to get upwards of 100 or more net wins. So imagine you promote to Challenger, you're 2,500 LP. You look and the rank 1 player is 6,000 LP. Why are you going to even queue up? How are you ever even going to make it there? It's impossible. So what are people going to do? They're either going to smurf or they're going to quit the game. Because if you don't have inflated gains, then why even bother trying to queue up? It doesn't make sense. The other problem, like I was explaining, is that smurfing becomes worse. When confronted with a number as vast as what's going to be commonplace in terms of LP requirements, instead of playing on an account with even gains, player will instead opt to smurf, since there's a potential of getting an account with better gains, playing in higher MMR lobbies to make the climbing process easier to process. To fully understand, I'm going to go into understanding smurfing, which comes later. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you guys a question. Imagine you promote to Masters, and you're gaining 20 LP a game, and you need 2,000 LP to Grandmaster. Would you rather play on that account, or go on a new account that could be at Masters gaining 30 LP a game, playing in 800 LP lobbies with better players, so that it makes the climbing process less frustrating? Which one would you guys rather do? I'd rather myself uninstall. I'd rather play, but you guys see what I mean, right? So like, you guys just don't want to play. So now this is my solution. Ideal solution number 1. Add a new 4-tier rank in between Diamond and Master, and potentially remove Grandmaster. This change properly addresses the situation without having the same issues as the proposed solution, because climbing at Apex will not feel daunting, since cutoffs can even go as low as 1000 LP for rank 1 and still maintain skill discrepancy, since all the players that would be Grandmaster are instead Masters, and all the players that would be Masters are instead in the new rank that's been introduced. So players will also not feel cheated out of getting demoted out of Masters, since the new rank is essentially taking the place of Masters, and Masters is essentially now Grandmaster. The prestige of being Masters and viewing it as a true Apex tier due to low player count also finally returns. So with this, smurfing gets de-incentivized rather than incentivized, because the climb for Masters and Challengers feel like it's truly attainable, and the actual ranking process of getting into high relos takes longer. Essentially what I'm saying is that the problem right now is that when you're Masters, you look and you're like, oh, it takes me 1000 LP to climb, right? So you don't feel like doing it. And the problem with Riot is that they don't want to demote players out of Masters into Diamond or out of Diamond into Emerald, because they're scared that if they do that, then what happens is that a lot of players are just going to end up quitting the game, right? Because they're like, why would I even bother playing ranked at this point? So my solution is we add a new rank in between Diamond and Masters, where essentially now this is where all the people can just get hard suck in. We don't care, because Masters is now going to return to being a prestigious rank, where it's like there's only going to be 1,000 or 2,000 players in Masters at any given time, and all the other players are instead going to be in this new like purgatory that is a new rank. So they're not going to get mad that they're in there, but they're also going to be like, damn, if I can get out one day, then maybe I'll be able to climb. It's important to note, however, that this could have been done in the past when Riot introduced Emerald, but the execution was improperly handled, and as a result didn't change anything. To elaborate, back in the day, Apex players would start at the highest Platinum 1. When Emerald was introduced, and most people were led to believe that this would still be the case, which would have resulted in significant elo deflation among the Apex tiers, since all Diamond level players would now start in Platinum and would have to climb a lot to make it back to Masters. By allowing everyone to start in Emerald 1, this elo deflation did not occur. So what I mean by that is, right now, everyone starts in Emerald 1, right? And after you climb an entire tier, you're already Masters. When Riot introduced Emerald, they could have made it so that you still start in Platinum 1, and then now if you climb an entire tier, you're only Emerald, which would then lead to Diamond being an exclusive rank. The real reason why Masters has been inflated for all these years is because everybody starts off at Emerald 1, and then it causes them to be able to easily hit Masters. So Masters ends up becoming this like purgatory where everybody can just get into because they started Emerald 1 already. Because you start Emerald 1, placements are done, you're Diamond 3, and then by the time you're 40 games in, you're already Masters, even with a 45% win rate. But with this change, what would happen is that all those people would instead end up getting caught in this new rank, and they would not make it to Masters. Do you see what I mean? So for this solution to properly do its job, players must still maintain an Emerald 1 start at the highest MMR end so that the vetting process can properly occur. So now there's another solution that we could have for this elo inflation problem, which is add promos back to Diamond Plus. To preface, this does not need to happen, but one of the issues right now is that there is such an LP spread among Master Plus players that adding promo series back to Diamond, as well as potentially even the new rank, can add 9 net win requirements to promote between tiers, while also making the ranks seem more competitive and exclusive since the rules become different. A pop-up can be given upon first-time promotion into Diamond explaining the system changes, while also being done in a way that excites the player. Example, congrats on promoting. Since you're now approaching top level competition, we're making things even more competitive so you can really test yourself and test your limits. So what I mean by this is that right now the problem is that, let's say Masters in its current form is 700 LP. 5 net wins is 100 LP. If we add an entirely new ranking system, the problem is that this new ranking system only accounts for 5 net wins between divisions, right? Division 4, 3, 2, and 1. 4, 3, 2, and 1. And then Division 1 to the new one. right? So like a fifth almost. Because of this, it only takes you 20 wins to go from, let's say, Diamond 4 to Masters. If we introduce promos back into the game, instead of taking 20 wins, it will take 29 wins, which will make it so that then the Masters LP requirement to like go up gets reduced by 200. Do you see what I mean? Because now all of these net wins, they don't just like disappear. People need to make them. So it means that you're reducing the overall LP requirements for Challenger, Grandmaster, and Masters by adding promos back to Diamond. Do you see what I'm getting at? And essentially what I'm trying to get at here is I'm saying that if we do this with this tier, as well as with like the new tier that's getting introduced back into the game, then you can add 18 net wins to the higher end climb, which would drastically reduce LP requirements. But wouldn't this need a rank reset? We're getting there. We're getting there. Just keep following, okay? So the thing about this fix is that there's only one potential risk with it. And it's that a player promotes into Diamond and he's like, fuck, dude, these promos suck balls. I don't want to play anymore. But if you have a pop-up that sits there and it's like, yo, bro, you're so fucking good at the game, dude. So we want to make the climbing process a little bit more exclusive. We want to make it a little more tailored to how competitive you are, and we want to make it more exciting for you, so we're bringing promos. Then now all of a sudden, the player's like, oh shit, wait, give me a second. So I'll give you an example of what I mean. Imagine you have a child, and you don't want the child to eat candy because he's getting fat. But this child really likes the idea of like nights. What you don't want to do is tell this kid, hey fat ass, we're gonna take away your candy because we don't want you gaining weight. What you instead do is you tell him, let's do a challenge where you do the ultimate night challenge and you try not to eat candy for 1 month, just like your favorite knights used to back in the medieval ages. Both of these things are essentially doing the same thing, but the framing of it makes it so that the kid feels almost rewarded for participating in something rather than penalized. Do you understand? So that's situation 1. Now we're going to move on to situation 2. The addition of challenger duos made it more challenging to balance some of these games. While we took preemptive mitigations to reduce the impact of things like rank 1 and 2 duoing together, they were not powerful enough and result in the best players catapulting further ahead. So what Riot is saying is like, hey guys, there was a problem. TF Blade was stuck at 1400 LP for the first 3 weeks of the season, and then he dueled with Shaden every single game, and then he got to literally rank 1 and Shaden was rank 2. And I'm not saying that TF Blade is elo inflated, I think the guy's a fucking amazing player, but it just goes to show that the system can be abused, right? So what Riot's proposed solution is they said in an effort to make things more competitive, they want to potentially look into the limiting of duos between the highest ranked players, while also, again, making LP gains unlimited, so that the people that do solo queue feel like they're able to make progress and they're rewarded. So now what is the problem with the Riot proposed solution? It does not address the issue that already took place, which is that players already catapulted ahead. Like, what they tried doing to fix it was they tried giving everyone plus 10 minus 30, but then nobody wants to play at plus 10 minus 30, right? So then they're like, fuck it, if no one's gonna play at plus 10 minus 30, then we're just giving everyone plus 30 minus 10, and now everyone's gonna want to play because they want to get to 5,000 LP. You see what I mean? So the other issues is that it does not give an actual time frame on when this limiting will take place, allowing for further abuse to take place. Imagine today General Sniper wakes up and he's like, yo Viper, because they're brothers. We're both 2,500 LP. Let's duo every single game and be the first people to ever hit 5,000 LP. If these guys are always going to be gaining plus 30 minus 10, then how is anybody ever supposed to catch up to them? How? How can anybody ever catch up? Because obviously you're not as good, but it's that these players are better and they also have better gains. What are you supposed to do? Literally, it's like, imagine we're in a point, right? We're in a society, right? Where you have a billionaire and then you have another guy that has no money. He has nothing. He has $10,000, okay? And then the government's standing in front of both of those people and he's like, hey, we can hand out a brain rot, like in steal a brain rot, that gives you $100,000 a second, okay? And then the government decides to give it to the billionaire. What do you think the guy with $10,000 is gonna do? He's gonna try to steal the brain rot, right? Obviously, because how else does he compete? So how does that manifest in a regular League of Legends environment? It manifests by smurfing. Because what players are going to say is, hey, I can compete with Viper gaining plus 30 a game on my account that's 1,400 LP gaining 19, but if I went on a new account and now I'm gaining 30 at 1,400 LP, then maybe now I can catch up to him. So it's like everybody is trying to just smurf to get the account with the crazy gains because they know that they cannot compete with the people that already have them. You see what I mean? Another issue with the Relied proposed solution is that restricting ranks from dueling with each other does not prevent the rank 10 player from playing on a Grandmaster account and dueling with the rank 1. So this is something that we actually saw happen on TF Blade's account. At one point, he wasn't dueling with Shaden anymore, so Shaden got on an account that was like bottom challenger, and they continued duoing. So if you just restrict the 2 top 10 players, then what's stopping the rank 10 player from getting on a Grandmaster account and dueling with the rank 1 player? Absolutely nothing. And then the other issue with uncapping LP gains is that we detailed it in situation number 1, right? We talked about this. So what is the ideal solution? Resetting the ladder and making it so that upon reaching Apex ranks, dueling becomes limited to a percentage basis of games played. This change properly addresses the situation without having the same issues because the players who were catapulted through duoing are now reset to 0, which allows for a fair playing field for everyone, and players will not be able to catapult themselves in the future. So resetting the ladder, we're going to explain this later on in the post because it requires its own post to properly understand. But now for duel restrictions, how can this actually manifest itself in real games? When you're Masters, you should only be able to duel 75% of your games. When you're Grandmaster 50, Challenger 30, top 220, and then top 110. And obviously, these numbers are not set in stone, they can be adjusted. So it's a way of making it so that you're still forced to solo queue at the highest levels of competition, but that you're also still allowing for duo queue when it's available for you, so that you're able to sit there and be like, hey, I still want to play with my friends sometimes. So it's almost like you get the best of both worlds. You don't get the abuse, but then you also still are able to get a little bit of fun among the people that duo. So this would allow for duoing to still be possible in high elo, while also making it so it cannot be abused. So now it's important though, that they make it so that it's done at cutoff rather than at rank. And I'll explain to you guys what I mean by that. Everyone knows Cupik and Yosu, right? The 2 guys that play Mage's bot. In the past, Cupik and Yosu are 2 of the most prominent ranked system abusers ever made. What these people used to do is they would get accounts to a point where they were, let's say, Diamond 1, and this was years ago, by the way. Back in the day, you would only be able to duel until Masters, right? So what Cupik Yosu used to do is they would get their account at Diamond 1 in promos to Masters, they would dodge to lose their promo series, and then they would just sit there and re-queue and just play out games indefinitely in promos for like 50 games straight until they get to a point where they're Diamond 1 and they have 2000 LP level MMR because they abused it that badly. So the only way that you can actually fix it is if you make it so that it's at cutoffs. So whether or not you're Grandmaster or Challenger, if the cutoff is 1100 LP, then you abide by the new duel restrictions the second you get to 1100, right? So that's the only way that you can actually fix it. So now let's talk about situation 3. In the live rank system, the max LP attainable has a soft cap to prevent LP gains from getting too high, which combined with the above issues has led to a less than ideal Apex ladder experience. We might also reconsider the top end of how much LP gain per win, but need to be considerate about how much this incentivizes smurfing. So what this essentially means is that Riot was sitting there and they were like, hey guys, people are getting plus 10 LP a game at 2,400 LP. And as a result, a lot of them are smurfing. So what if we made it so that they were getting plus 30 a game? Because if they're getting plus 30 a game, then now all of a sudden, they're gonna want to keep grinding, bro. Like, they're gonna sit there and they're gonna want to keep playing because now they're not getting bad LP gains. Now, what is the problem with this? The first thing, and this is by far the biggest, is that it delegitimizes an entire decade of LP quotas and sends the entire ladder into disarray even worse than it already is. So what that means is that already, in the past, if you were a 1000 LP challenger, that was an achievement. For years, Charisma's pinned tweet on Twitter was him hitting a 1000 LP challenger. And that was like, you were top 20, right? Nowadays, this season, if you are 1000 LP in Europe, you're not even Grandmaster! 1000 LP in Europe is still Masters! Do you understand how crazy this is? It would be like you play and you're gold 4-0 LP. Okay, I want you to imagine this. You play, and you win 5 games in a row, you see nothing. You win another 5, you see nothing. You win another 5, you see nothing. You win another 5, you see nothing. Another 5, 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 nothing. And another 5, nothing, right? And you won all these games in a row, and then after another 5 wins, you promote to Emerald. The difference of 1000 LP between Masters and Grandmaster is making it so that nobody wants to play. If you're 600 LP Masters, you're only halfway to Grandmaster. And when you're sitting there you're getting plus 20, minus 20 every game, and you have some random guy that's like a Serbian flaming your Albanian jungler and running it down, then you're like, you know what, dude, fuck this shit. Maybe if I went on a fresh account and I was plus 30 game, I'd actually want to try hard. And this is the issue. Everything they do incentivizes smurfing. Everything. So then, this is what I say. It encourages smurfing as well, since players at 1400 LP will only see an LP gain of plus 23, and as a result will go new account so that they can hopefully get plus 30. Because the guy at 2500 is getting plus 30. I've really been seeing it all over Twitter. There's a guy that was like, hey, my account is 70% win rate at 600 LP and I'm plus 23. How the fuck am I going to compete with Phantasm that's 2500 gaining 60 LP a game because he got the Aegis of Valor? Like, why are you even going to queue up? And the problem is that it doesn't actually make the grind feel more rewarding, since now LP is literally just a number rather than a benchmark of success. It's like I was saying earlier, at 1000 LP, you used to be insane. At 2000, you were God. Nowadays, dude, we're gonna have fucking Mickey Mouse gaining 30 a game at 4K LP, and everyone's just gonna be like, well, what the fuck does it matter? It's just a number going up. It's like, imagine tomorrow, there's a complaint being like, you know, a lot of people feel delegitimized that they aren't millionaires yet, after years of trying to become millionaires. So you say, you know what, fuck it. Let's print all the money in the world, and let's make everyone a millionaire. Everyone's a fucking millionaire. What's the problem, guys? Now the currency is worthless. Riot is unironically doing inflation without P. Do you understand? So the problem is that Riot is actually removing League of Legends history with this. Because historically, 2000 and 1000 LP points were benchmarks. Nowadays, no one knows what's going on. If someone says I'm 3000 LP, nobody even knows if that's good anymore. So what's the ideal solution then? Static gains across the board, with there being a bell curve amongst the top 10 players. So what does this mean? It means in Apex tiers, MMR should cease to exist. Once you achieve Masters, the LP curve should look like this. Master, you're plus 20 minus 20. Grandmaster, you're plus 18 minus 20. Challenger, plus 16 minus 20. Top 100 is 14, top 10 is 12, and rank 1 is 10. The real reason behind why high-low players have been smurfing this season is based upon 2 lines of reasoning. The first one is because minus 30 just feels terrible. When you're plus 13, minus 27, plus 10, minus 30, you don't want to play. And people just want high MMR accounts, which I explain later. By making the gains static, you not only de-incentivize smurfing since you cannot get high MMR accounts anymore, but you also make it so that the losses don't feel as bad since it's only -20. A baseline of -30 is just unsustainable for the game long term because of how huge that number really is. It also fixes the issue of people complaining about matchmaking since now MMR won't even necessarily be a factor inside of it. So what Riot essentially does with this is they remove the concept of rank without removing rank. Needless to say, the only way to fix the third point is a ladder reset. New benchmarks will not prevent themselves because nobody even knows what is or isn't good anymore, and 1 year is not enough time to do so. In previous seasons, boundaries and limits were pushed slightly every year to make it so people could have generalized idea of skill based on LP. This season has completely unwound an entire decade of progression. The only fix is a reset. These were the three situations. Situation 1 was elo inflation, situation 2 was duo abuse, and situation 3 was making the climb feel more satisfying, okay? So now it's time to talk about two concepts. The first is smurfing, and the second is the ladder reset. Let's start with smurfing. People do not enjoy smurfing. That's a crazy opinion, isn't it? Most people actually resent it. The idea of going on a new account and stomping 50 games in Goomba low is just not something that people care about anymore. There's a reason why high win rate accounts don't get many impressions on Twitter. When someone says, yo guys, just got an 85% rate to Masters, who cares? Nobody. Because they know it's just bullshit, right? The only reason why Master Plus players are gonna smurf falls into one of 4 categories. The first one is practicing new roles and champions. Second one is getting banned. The third one is master players trying to get high MMR to climb to GM, and the falls into one of 4 categories. The first one is practicing new roles and champions. Second one is getting banned. The third one is master players trying to get high MMR to climb to GM, and the fourth one is challenger players trying to get high MMR to climb to rank 1. And then the craziest thing, right, is that this is actually something that's present for every elo, not even just Master Plus. So let me ask you guys a question. If you've ever smurfed and it was for one of these reasons, be honest with me, type 1 right now. If you've ever smurfed and it wasn't for one of them, type 2. And if you've ever not smurfed and you've never smurfed ever, type 3. Go. So you guys see how the vast majority of you guys are either typing 1 or 3? And this is the reason why. If you are Diamond 4, no, let's make it more realistic. Imagine you're Silver 4, okay? You're Silver 4. You're getting plus 20, minus 20. But you're better than all these silver players. You're just unlucky with shit gains. It's not your fault. It's your team's fault, right? What are you gonna do? You're gonna get a new account, and now you're gonna be getting 30 LP game in silver. So now you can easily get to gold and platinum where you really belong. And this trend is gonna continue itself where it gets to a point where for most people's climbs, they'll have multiple accounts that they play on to a point where they climb over the years from Iron to Masters on like 4, 5, or 6 different accounts, right? So the vast majority of people fall into one of these categories. Players always want to play in the highest elo they can, and the reason why they smurf is because they believe that getting an account with better LP gains is their ticket out of whatever rank they're stuck in. Removing this option removes all incentive. Because why the fuck is TF Blade gonna play on a new account if he knows he's gonna get the same gains? Unless he wants to do some kind of like 100% way to rank 1 challenge, right? But it's like, why? They wouldn't. So now, I saved this part for last because it's by far the most important. The ladder reset. As things are going right now, it's only getting worse. 2,500 LP players are gaining 30 LP a game, with players around the middle, think 700 to 1,500, gaining 22 to 23. If you're somebody who wants to grind for top 10 or even rank 1, which, believe it or not, is actually most of the high-low player base, right? You will not even want to try competing with players like General Sniper who are gaining more LP than you with double the amount that you have. Instead, you're gonna smurf in the hopes that you can get an account with plus 30 to be on the same playing field. People just want to be on the same playing field. That's all they want. Yes, you're gonna have people that are gonna sit there and complain, right? But the bottom line is people just want to feel like they have the same shot as everyone else. And this is why I wanted to structure my post in the way I did. There are many solutions that have been proposed, so let me just take a second to tell you what I would do if I were in your position. There are 39 days left until Season 1 ends. 39. With the exception of adding an entirely new rank, every other change can be done within that time frame. If there's one thing that I've learned in my life as a content creator, it's that it doesn't matter what you do, it's about how you present it. The same is true for everything. I know you're worried that some players will end up feeling demotivated at being reset, but I can promise you that the alternative is things will only get worse. Smurfing will become worse, player perception will become worse, communication lines will weaken, and overall trust among the player base towards you will completely fall, as they already are. Right now, Riot has the opportunity to be heroes. So let me tell you how I would do it. Work together with the team in charge of the client and the overall season progression. We're in the Demacia season, right? Demacia versus Noxus is a war, so let's play into it. Have pop-ups appear over the course of the next few weeks, talking about how something big is coming in the Apex tiers. Get people excited, make Master Plus players want to grind hard, and make lower elo players strive to also rank up so that maybe they can take part in whatever event it is. Then when the new season starts, say something along the lines of, the great battle is taking place. Master Plus players can choose to be either Noxus or Demacia, and once they make their selection, their ranks get reset. To prevent abuse of people just playing on new accounts and constantly smurfing once the season begins, make it so that you can only be a contender if you've reached Master Plus in Split 1. In the client, there will be a tab where you can view the players that are part of both factions and see which ones are competing for which side, with another tab showing you how the battle is faring. So back in the day, for those that don't remember, I'm going to see if I can find a video of it. So back when Riot used to actually have events for skins that got released, one of the events that they had made at one point was a community thing where the community could do a lot of things together to unlock different things. So essentially, there was like this big tab in the client which was like a progress bar. And depending on the amount of points that every player gets, you can actually unlock different things. So if you get 55 million points, then you get this, like everyone gets Pool Party Mundo. If you get 45 million points, it's like a worldwide double Blue Essence weekend. So there were different things that the community could strive for. And what I'm saying, right, is that they could do the same thing, but for this Demacia versus Noxus event. Make it, and then, you know, like I even said here, look, players that participated get a reward based on if they were on the winning side and also how far up in the ladder they made it. And you can even have low elo players choose which side they want to support, even if they are not a part of the actual battle. So it'd be like, for example, you have Demacia versus Noxus. A win for a Demacian is, let's say, 5 points. A win for a Noxus is 5 points. And then a loss is, let's say, -3, right? And then if Noxus gets to, let's say, 100 million points and you contributed, let's say, 1,000 points, then you get a reward if you contribute a certain amount. So it's almost like a way of making it so there's like a battle pass, right? But that revolves around this idea of there being a battle, okay? So then I say that if they do this, they would fix high-low, they would reinstill a sense of community, they play into the seasonal hype and make everyone excited, and then they avoid all the backlash from the people who are getting reset, and they would save the game. Let me tell you guys the reason why I have hope. When I was talking, right, and when this guy Riot Froxon was talking about like different things, it's like he doesn't seem like set in his ways. Like he's sitting here, he's being like, I'm trying not to be combative, I'm genuinely curious where we can improve and all that kind of stuff, you know? And even Drew Levin always says that. He's like, yo, like, let us actually know, give us like real feedback, don't just call us like incompetent, like sit there and like give us reasonings, give us like things to work with. So my hope is that they read this and they're like, yo, this guy's actually spitting. And if they are, bro, then things can actually get fixed.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, I went to Seoul, Korea to meet one of my friends, Simon, or the Baus FFS as you guys know him by. And I did notice a little bit of an asymmetry in his biceps, with his right bicep being double the size of the left. I said, Simon, you guys don't call the Baus FFS to you guys. I said, Simon, why is your right arm so much bigger than your left? He said, well, Midicus Bestius III, it's because back in Sweden, my hometown, my dad makes me do a lot of wood cutting and my right arm is dominant. And I said, of course. And then I proceeded to see him close 27 tabs on his computer. Unlucky. Playing Stanimir here, boys. Big sword and an even bigger heart. We like it. RNG has an ultimate that makes you can't int on this champion. You can't die. There we go. Couple of lucky crits. Now, Baus is the luckiest League of Legends player to ever exist. He gets the best teammates, he gets the most crits, he gets the most girls. I'm not complaining.
I'm diving this, you already know.
Versing a NASA's called Let Me Stack 10 Min. I'm a little bit scared.
Flash, you know? I think I do have damage.
Dive 100%. Just walk up and you either get the crits or you don't. 50-50. Auto. Auto. You want? Okay.
He got level 2. I got fucking body blocked. There's no dive angle.
So, I do appreciate you guys checking.
Gulp, he's stacking.
Gulp. Who says gulp, Pyro? Oh, God. Now, Wither is such a disgusting pig ability against Stanimir. And I really am wondering how Baus is going to be able to counteract this. And the count. Oh!
I'm gonna let it push into me.
So after Gen G and Chovy choked at First 10 tournament, and once again, after accumulating piles and piles of money from these Baus reviews, I lost it all. This Baus has a little pussy on his lap, a little pussy cat, a little cat. His kid, his. Get off the screen! More of a dog guy. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I lost everything I owned. So now we're gonna be getting Baus Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays for dinner. Maybe with a side of Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays.
The bot side.
I don't want to talk about it.
Should I push and we dive, or what's the plan here?
Just dive. 1 for 1. Actually, don't mind. Holy shit, we're actually getting the Avengers for once.
Him.
And we get the kill with Ignite.
Oh,
that's so beautiful, bro. If you don't carry the game, you're permanently banned and you will never get to play the game again. Why is Stanimir actually low-key clean? I remember him playing it a while back and we begged for AP Stanimir. He never gave it to us. Not that I can remember.
So I gain up to 50 attack damage based on my missing health.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the lower I am, the more damage I do.
massive, insane crash out. Once again, Nvidia has revealed the future of gaming and graphical fidelity. Yeah. And once again, audiences are rejecting it. It's feeling well beyond fake frames now. What Nvidia want their flagship top-of-the-line cards to be able to give you is fake characters, fake faces, and Everything's rendering fake. that utterly destroys any and all artistic direction from gaming. That's the right. internet has immediately rejected it. Wow. There are endless memes, fiery criticism, and even Jesus development Christ. partners trying to downplay their usage. As far as feature rollouts go and announcements go, this one has been a complete goddamn disaster. Now, of course, there is I actually think it's the worst. It is probably the worst feature rollout they've ever had. Technical nuance in this story. We'll get to that. It's really bad. Well, let's talk about Nvidia's very bad week for PR. You know, Nvidia had actually been having a few real good weeks. Until now. You see, a recent report confirmed that last year, they made up 94% of all shipped graphics cards, and their competitor, AMD, was down to only 5%. And got the 5% right here. Got the 94% right here. Got both of them right next to me. What we see is that even as the overall GPU market is trending down, at least partially because of high prices, Nvidia is still set up and is still dominating what is there. And of course, that's before you think about all of their AI revenue, which is massive. vast. That's the reason going why their into their stock went up so annual much. GTC conference, they
Originally
were
like
feeling
2022.
confident. CEO Jensen Huang told the audience that they believed the revenue opportunity for custom-purpose AI chips could be at least $1 trillion in the next year. But there was something Nvidia
Oh
didn't
my
have at the
God.
conference.
Holy
That was
shit.
any type of new gaming GPU. Instead, they had a new version of DLSS, and DLSS
This
has
was
its purposes
crazy.
and brilliant use cases for performance. But now
Wow.
Nvidia have decided the DLSS is
Just
not
made her
about
Asian.
performance. They want it to make your games look better.
Yes.
There's going to be a lot of deep problems here, but I think we need to talk first about how any of this shit even works. DLSS was revealed all at once via blog posts, comparison videos, and a showcase with beloved and trusted tech gurus, Digital Foundry. Digital Foundry have certainly found themselves caught in the middle of this one. Now, here's how the thing works. Number one, it's really all about photorealism. You see, in the first incarnations, DLSS simply upscaled from a lower resolution. That essentially meant that you would get better performance.
Yep.
And then they added in frame generation.
There
putting
it
in
is.
more frames so that even if, say, your game engine is spitting out 60 frames a second or maybe 30 frames a second, they can generate a bunch of frame between frames and get you.
I've always been a pretty big advocate that I think that frame gen and that kind of stuff is actually good for gamers. I do. Like, I know some people like, oh, they hate this. I don't think it's a good thing. Like, I hate this. I'll never use it. I think that the average person does use frame gen and it improves their experience. I do. I think the average person. But like for a game like, for example, Spider-Man 2, it's not a big deal. But you don't want to use this on Valorant or Counter-Strike, do you? I think that's clearly where the difference is.
A higher frame rate. Now, their new model is going to, quote, transform visual fidelity in games, all in the service of, quote, bridging the cinematic gap. Because we all want our games to look like movies. Now, I say that because not all movies look the same. Movies have lighting artists, movies have cinematographers, and a huge point I'd make is that generic photoreal would actually look terrible in film. That is not how films are actually shot. Lighting is faked and fudged all of the time, and it's done not to get around a problem, but actually it's done with creative intent. Well, let's talk.
A great example of this that Belluer could use is like if you look at a lot of old movies, like for example, like I don't know, like a Charlton Heston movie from like the fucking 60s or something like that. The night scenes are brightly illuminated. They're very brightly illuminated, whereas now a lot of night scenes in movies are actually extremely dark. And the reason why they were illuminated is because there was like a cinematic goal for that. I think that the other really good example of this is this. Oops, not this one. There we go. This movie here, Excalibur, right? I mean, obviously, like, there's a certain amount of, like, grandeur to it that, you know, yes, it's real people doing this, but at the same time, it's like a certain amount of, like, fantastical nature as well.
about how this works. So every frame is
if you made that
generated
super
as
photorealistic,
usual.
it would be
So, like,
weird,
your
right?
whole, you know, shader
Extremely
pipeline,
weird.
right? So your vertex
The
shader,
Siege of
tessellation
Winterfell couldn't
shader,
see
all
shit.
that stuff,
Yeah, exactly.
all that happens, and your game engine spits out a frame. Then
Jesus, that was
the
terrible.
real-time neural AI model looks at that frame. It analyzes the color and motion vectors, materials, lighting, etc. And once it understands everything in the frame, it then goes to do its thing, right? Now that basically means changing up lighting, colors, tones, all of that stuff. I don't want to say that this is like a direct filter. It is a tool that is directly interfacing with the model as presented by the devs. So you can have things like correct modeling on...
I do think that DLSS, like the tool that they have, I think that it's definitely, there's a use case for it, but right now it's just too strong. Like basically like the opacity should go from like 90% to like 30%. And I think it would be a lot better.
Rain, right, when it hits skin. You can have light correctly fold around all the parts of maybe
It's too
a
aggressive.
bowl
Yeah,
of
it's way
fruit,
too aggressive.
all that kind of thing. And what it certainly does do is it makes things look way more detailed. The materials do just look like they're extremely high resolution photogrammetry, basically. And for the most clear showcase of this
This is
just
the worst
look at
one.
the Zora
Jesus.
tech demo. It shows it best with an environment that is perfectly set up to showcase this technology's strengths. So when it's applied within that tech demo, where, you know, we're leaning everything towards the strengths of this, that's great. The art direction of that demo matches what the model can output. Now, where it gets a little bit more tricky is when we start applying it to games that were not made with this thing in mind.
Exactly.
That's where things get real rough. So NVIDIA...
Well, and this is another thing that what they should do is they should, if they want to actually have this system be good, you should have different types of functions from the system, similar to how you have different colorblind modes. So, like, another parallel to this is if anybody played Wuthering Waves, a lot of people play Wuthering Waves with, like, a contrast filter on, because it generally, like, the game at a baseline is, like, very bright, and if you turn the contrast on a bit more, and you turn if you darken the screen a little bit, it looks 1,000 fucking times better. And I think that really, like, it's a matter of kind of being able to calibrate that in a way that makes it look good to you.
To some of the
It's like a
companies
reshade,
making
yeah,
the biggest
exactly.
games, some of the more photorealistic games, the likes of Capcom,
'Cause reshading
Bethesda,
is good.
Ubisoft, Tencent, way more.
But you want to have
And they have
control over
examples
it.
of applying DLSS 5 to many of
Is
those
it an
games.
optional? Yes, it is.
Now, they say that the devs have complete control over how and where it is applied. They can set the levels of intensity. They can make sure the color grading is maintained, and they can even mask off certain elements of the frame or the models so that the effect is not applied. And those devs are, in many cases, singing the praises of the technology.
Yes.
NVIDIA took comments from Todd Howard of Bethesda, Charlie Gilmo of Ubisoft, and Jun Takeuchi of Capcom on how this is about pushing cinematic immersive experiences. Except that after
I also think that a lot of people don't want to have things be completely photorealistic. I think that you can look at how popular anime is now. Like, anime girls are not real. Unfortunately, they're not. I know. And the truth is that a game that has like a certain type of style to it, like you know, like World of Warcraft has a style to it, where it's like some of the cinematics are kind of photorealistic, but the people in the cinematics are not really entirely human. And I think that Riot has the same approach to that as well. Realism is boring. Yeah, I think that whenever you make things one-to-one, make them as realistic as possible, I think in almost every circumstance it ends up being boring.
reveal, those companies are now all finding themselves on the defensive. And that's because the faces and the character models look like shit. Okay, quick reality check on how YouTube production actually works. For every shot that you shoot in a project, there's tons of B-roll, transitions, and visual aids that you often can't or don't film yourself. And that is where today's sponsor, Storyblocks, fits in. It's one subscription that gives you unlimited downloads of stock video, music, sound effects, and...
Speaking of a company, like, I think this... I can't see how these people are going to be around in 5 years. Like, if people should be able to AI generate this, right?
After Effects templates. And I think those templates are a real weapon for anyone who's trying to make their channel look and feel better. You'll get clean lower thirds, data visualizations, map animations, the kinds of things that would take a motion designer days to build from scratch, you can just search for, customize, and drop into your project. And it's even a great way to level up your own skills, because you can learn how those templates are built. Now, we've used them before. I've kept my subscription for years, And it's just good to know that whenever a filming, sound, or editing problem comes up, that you have a huge library to back you up to help you solve those
Look at
problems.
that frog.
And where everything is licensed.
I wouldn't want to
cleanly
lick
for
him.
YouTube,
Look, he's red.
so no copyright strikes, demonetization surprises, or hunting through
Yeah.
free sites hoping to find something that is legit and won't throw up a copyright strike. So if you're making content and you want to punch way above your weight on production
AI is
value,
getting a PNG
check
image.
them out
What
at
is this here?
storyblocks.com/Bellular.
I'm making the SVG.
Link
Try it and you'll see.
below.
I don't know.
The internet's not being kind to the faces that Nvidia are showing off as a part of this reveal. Now, the very first thing
It's 'cause
to
it
show off
sucked.
is Grace Ashcroft from Resident Evil Requiem. Now, Requiem is a game that's already graphically very impressive.
Yeah, it
If
looks
you
really
look
good.
at some of the lower quality stuff, like, yeah, you can have some real just bork-looking lighting. I'll say that I played this with the performance settings on a PS5 Pro. I found the game to be quite visually stunning, and one of the greatest things was actually the implementation of lighting, just artistically, absolutely just on fire. Brilliant job. So Requiem already looks fantastic, but then when you look at this comparison image, you see that it doesn't appear to just be lighting.
No.
Grace's cheekbones become more defined, her lips become fuller and get stronger lipstick applied, and her eyes become bigger. Hell, they even managed to make Leon Kennedy look bad. That is obviously a crime that we all know should be punished with immediate execution.
Yeah.
And it's rough because Capcom spent a lot of time making Leon and Grace look the way that they look. So you could say that this is a disservice to them. When you look at it closely, it is undoubtedly way more detailed. And sometimes that detail does actually look really impressive. And I'll say that in a limited and specific
there's another
way-
big issue is that, like, I think that a good example of this is, like, if you guys ever played Classic WoW, do you guys ever notice, like, whenever certain things that are outside of that time period, like, for example, like, you know, like the Burning Crusade, like, Deluxe Edition mount, like, it didn't really fit inside of the Burning Crusade aesthetic because it was just so much higher
guys
resolution.
and gals, me Mudahar, and I was talking about this video for a fair bit, you know, the de-Google video, and to be fair, ladies and gentlemen, it took a little bit, but here we are. So, you know, the moral of the story before you start off, if you want the TLDR, stop using Google search, okay? Google search used to be one of the best ways to search on the internet back in the days when Google's tagline was "Don't be evil." Now, I don't mind Google whatsoever. Obviously, you know, I'm on YouTube for all things considered. I'm uploading a video here. But the primary thing that I used to use Google for was searching the internet. Now, I don't know about you guys, but going onto the internet and searching for anything and typing the words Reddit at the end of it, or trying to put in, you know, wildcards like -AI so you can get rid of the blatantly hallucinating AI overviews, is not something that I enjoy. And the other aspect about Google that I've started to really dislike when it comes to the search is the amount of, I would say, advertisements or promotions that are getting thrown your way. It always seems like before I get to the relevant thing that Google wants to show me, it always comes out to, hey, here's a sponsored link right over here. Hey, sometimes a sponsored link might lead to malware, as we saw when it came to OBS Studio, right? It was a bad, egregious error right there. But sometimes it feels like I'm trying to be sold a product before I actually reach my relevant result. Now, it doesn't really shock me considering Google's primary method of revenue is, again, advertising. They are using basically the amount of people that go to Google every single day to advertise to you, to make money. And again, this is just a business. Now, there's a whole market of different search engines that are out there. And ultimately, in the end, I realized, listen, I don't want to just guide you from going to Google all the way to fucking Yahoo. No one uses Yahoo. Not even Yahoo uses Yahoo. No one wants to use Bing. No one wants to use an inferior search engine. But sometimes you just want to use a search engine where all of the crap is really removed. And the best way to kind of do that is really self-hosting. So I talked about things like self-hosting already, but the reality of it is that it takes a little bit of effort to get going. So this video is kind of going to be a little bit of a tutorial for it. But anyways, I was looking into this thing from like The Verge, and they were actually showing one of the craziest things to radicalize me. Now, to give you guys an example of how ass Google search has kind of gotten, one of these things that I read from The Verge, right, was where they showed that their own articles started to get rewritten, at least a headline, for Google search. So for instance, this is the headline where they said, you can't replace the battery in Lego Smart Bricks, and many of its sensors aren't active yet. So Google decides to rewrite that as you can't replace the battery in Lego Smart Bricks, right? So for instance, The Verge said, I met Olaf, the frozen robot who might be the future of Disney parks. So then The Verge is like, Google rewrites that headline allegedly as the frozen robot who might be the future of Disney parks. So I don't know if Google's AI is thinking that's more clickable. I'm sure they probably learned from all the vague titles that people have to make on YouTube in order for it to work well in the algorithm, because yes, that's unfortunately how things have to be. Okay, sometimes being entirely verbose just doesn't necessarily work. And again, people will show you, content creators will just show you their back-end analytics to necessarily prove it. The websites and the internet that we are using are slowly being destroyed by, I would say, a combination of artificial intelligence and a lot of these algorithmic methods where, again, it feels like the platform itself pushes you to be not the kind of person you want to be, just in order to even succeed or tread water in some cases. Now, I was on the internet too, and I saw that people have been switching to things like Kagi. Now, this is not a promotional video. For anybody that doesn't know what Kagi is, it's basically a paid-for search engine, yes. So on their website, they're like, listen, on our search engine, we don't give you fucking ads. On Google, they do give you fucking ads. And they showed the left and right, you know, this guy's looking for PostgreSQL's query analysis, and here they actually get documentation as the first result. On the right, they end up getting products. So yeah, it's pretty fucking bad. But should you pay for a search engine? I don't think so. I don't think you should be paying in some cases. Well, the free tier is like 100 searches with standard AI, but then of course 300 searches for $5 a month. I think we can probably achieve similar for a price of free. Now, I've shown you guys things like Seer X and G in the past, but here's another project that sort of popped up. Now, this is something that has literally been
and so much higher polygon that it kind of made everything else look bad. Or like if you ever turned on the water in like classic WoW where it's like the high quality water and then you compared it to, you know, the low quality water, then it looks like it basically it makes the trees and the grass look worse because of the juxtaposition, right? Whenever you have, you know, 2026 level cinematic quality water and you have it right next to 2004 level triangles, it looks really bad. And whenever you have all the shitty water, though, it actually makes the entire experience look better as a whole. It's art
I
direction.
think this technology is remarkably impressive.
Looks so out of place.
The problem
It does.
is here, it's just not artistically applied. And
That's
that's
the issue.
fundamentally because the outputs of DLSS 5 will be the outputs of DLSS 5 as
Yes.
its model is trained. It is, from what we understand, trained off kind of like super high detail, kind of like photogrammetry stuff. So no wonder it looks amazing in the Zora tech demo. But what you basically find is lighting that is
Yes.
trying to be as realistic as is possible.
Well, it's
plus-
also like it's making her hands, like this is another issue, right? It's like you're fundamentally changing it. Like you can see clearly, I guess actually maybe you guys can't from this, like the knuckles and the hands, it's making her look different. I think that's the issue. Is it also like lighting can also imply, like for example, like women contour their faces to make their faces look thinner. And I think that effectively DLSS is contouring in a way that distorts the image of the characters.
Plus,
That's
a lot
basically
of
what it
biases
is.
that you'll find in these models, which
See
would
that?
lead to Grace suddenly having more
It's
lipstick.
catfishing?
And what
Yes,
you're basically
exactly.
finding is that the
True.
stylized lighting simulation, artistically crafted and applied in the game engine,
Looks
is
a lot better.
having this layer of let's make it photoreal applied after the fact, such that the characters are now lit in a little bit of a strange way that feels different to how they should feel.
Exactly.
And that's because DLSS 5 is
like
not just
uncanny.
applying some magic filter over the top of a frame. It will have been trained on many examples from other media, etc., etc., etc.
Yes.
Now, it's not a case that the model says, oh, that's
Will
a
this
woman.
work on all
Let
our
me
games?
go into
Yes.
the NVIDIA cloud and pull down a little PNG of some lips and put them on her. No, it doesn't work like that. All of this stuff is in the weights of the model. It's not going there retrieving these assets or anything. But I suppose you could say that the outputs of the model do approximate that. Approximate being a very, very key word. I don't want to get the technical stuff completely backwards, which is quite easy to do because all this stuff is kind of technical. But to put a long story short, if you have a veneer of hyper-real over something that itself is not hyper-real, because it's a simulation, it's a
It
game
looks
engine,
really weird.
then things are going to feel off a little bit wrong to the human eye, and that is
because it just it's distorted. That's the
possibly
reason
what's
why.
going on. That is why every scene that NVIDIA have shown off with characters
Oh,
that are not
God.
in the Zora Tech demo basically look weird. Specifically, they look like the characters pop straight out of the screen. But actually, the limits of the model's training do go further than that. Hogwarts Legacy gives us an amazing example of how this tech isn't fit for purpose right now. Because as soon as DLSS 5 stops being applied to classically beautiful photorealistic models, such as, of course, myself and Leon Kennedy, which is presumably what the model was trained on, well, then it overcompensates like wild, and it just has to make stuff up. And that's why you get things like the slightly cartoony style of Hogwarts Legacy leading to odd results. Look at this young man. His clothes gain texture, and he gains about 20 years, all because the materials on his face have this hyper-exaggerated photoreal look.
It's like what I was saying with the contouring. Like, you can achieve this look through makeup. And basically what it does is it just applies that makeup look onto everything. And I think that it creates a lot of, like, very unintended consequences, especially with, like, characters' faces.
He looks like a 13. 30-year-old cast in a teen drama, which is quite.
that are in front of like, let's say there's a person standing behind a sun or behind a light source. If you don't fix that light in like post-production, or you add that light artificially, it will totally wash out the shot and make it completely unusable. So like, even though you might think that, oh, this would look great, it definitely doesn't.
And a photoreal art style are actually different things. And what that means is that loads of existing games, maybe all existing games, will quite simply look like ass whenever something like this is used. At least for close-up things like characters, where we really do see the uncanny valley. It's a little bit different for big environment shots. Some of those, I will admit, do look quite impressive indeed. Now, the best of all, I think, has got...
He's mogged out.
...to be Starfield. Oh man, those faces have gained a lot of detail, but all sense of directional lighting is gone. A man with a baseball cap seems to have a ring light pointed at him because his cap no longer shades his eyes.
Oh wow, I didn't even notice that.
Over in Oblivion Remastered, we see facial shading from sunlight that is above is kind of gone in some places. And in fact, it seems that this new tech kind of just deletes a lot of shadows from loads of the games that it's using.
I think this is actually a really good point. I never even noticed this, that basically it just completely removes the lighting sources.
And those shadows are part of the artistic intent. So that's just gone, wiped away an implementation of this technology. And even Digital Foundry's relatively optimistic coverage suggests people will have trouble with how this overrides artistic intent, and whether this tech has anything to offer games that have style rather than just pure fidelity. Because of course, more detail is not better necessarily. Often in pieces of art, I mean literal art that someone might paint, or a frame in a film, you'll find less detail in places. Not because they're lazy, but because they're trying to guide your eye, because they're artists, and that's kind of their job. And with that in mind, we really see how every one of these shots is just kind of proof that NVIDIA's model doesn't understand those differences. But you know who does?
I think that one of the
audience. Look, some audiences
One of the biggest examples of this is Elden Ring. If you actually look at the pixels and the design of Elden Ring, like you zoom in on somebody like Godfrey, you zoom in on Godric, you zoom in on, I don't know, Fire Giant, the characters look like garbage. They look like absolute shit. But if you actually look at them, like in the lighting inside of the environment and everything fit together, then it looks really good.
Who care about graphical fidelity, and pretending otherwise is silly. People love to see a new game with flashy graphics that they can believe in. It's how the biggest devs in the world sell their games. It's how Watch Dogs had all the Watch Dogs stuff happen. It's how the biggest devs in the world sell their games. Crimson Desert's hype for the release this week is at least in part because it's a AAA open-world game that looks goddamn good. But NVIDIA are kind of telling on themselves with this technology. You see, it'll only be available to people with 5090s. And more importantly, as Digital Foundry explain, this is a slight issue. It doesn't actually work yet. You see, the whole DLSS 5 process was running on a separate 5090.
There's two 5090s to run this? Yeah, I don't know about this one, guys.
There are some stories that are so powerful they transcend the bounds of time. No matter how many years pass, these stories are still talked about, they're still discussed, and they are still remembered. Like the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Iliad, Journey to the West, my battle against that wasp when playing Elden Ring many moons ago, and now today, the story of 7 dogs that escaped from a meat truck in China and walked 10 miles home to their owners. Actually a crazy story that sounds like it's ripped straight out of a Disney film from the 90s. So the story goes that on March 16th, a man named Lou noticed a group of dogs that were walking in formation along a roadway. He found it peculiar, so he started recording them and even tried to lead them to safety, but the dogs ignored him. This video has now racked up over 200 million views, and apparently these dogs were stolen by thieves working at a dog meat shop, and they busted out of the truck and spent a couple of days walking 10 miles in unison back to their homes. They were led by the corgi, who would occasionally look back to ensure that no one went astray. Lou said, "They resemble a band of little brothers in distress moving in unison, nothing like stray dogs." They did eventually return to their owners after this journey here. Apparently, one of the dogs in this group, a German Shepherd, had an injury. They had unfortunately gotten hurt along the way. So they formed kind of like a protective barrier around the German Shepherd and moved together like that. Kind of like out of, fucking 300 or something, where they plant the shields around them up top and in front to block the arrows and everything. It's actually unbelievable, assuming all of this is true. And based on all of the evidence, it does appear to be true. So here's the video that really blew it up. Now, I couldn't find it with original audio. I can only find it with like Facebook royalty-free music attached to it, and I decided just to mute it because I don't think it really adds anything to it. But here you can see the group moving out in unison. It does seem like they're trying to like shield that German Shepherd in the middle there. And like, at first I thought it was AI generated. Like, I thought it was just some bogus AI short that they slapped a sob story on. No different than like Reddit karma farmers who will just take a picture of their PlayStation 2 and be like, man, I still remember my father before he went off into space and then blew up from a cosmic alien attack, giving me this PlayStation 2. And I know it's a little out of date and old fashioned, but I can't help but keep playing this in his memory. Can I get some updates in memory of my papa? Like that kind of garbage where it's just a bunch of barnacles. So I thought that this was fake. But the more I looked into it, the more sources that were coming out to confirm that it is legitimate. According to the sources out there, after the dogs rejected Lou's help and he was unsuccessful in trying to, get them to safety, he then shared that video online and urged local authorities to step in and help. It was at that point they got the UAV online here from the local Bitter Coffee Stray Dog base that reported that the dogs come from the same village, typically roaming freely together and having formed strong friendships. In response, the base dispatched several volunteers and even a drone to track the dogs and facilitate their safe return home. So they got the cavalry out there in order to get the dogs back safely from the sound of things. One volunteer claimed that individuals operating a dog meat shop had stolen the dogs, suggesting they may have escaped from a truck, though no witnesses saw their departure. So that component of the story about them escaping from a truck destined for a dog meat facility, which would have obviously spelt their doom, isn't fully confirmed. That hasn't been verified yet, though that seems to be what most sources are indicating is likely what caused them to be so far away, is that they were stolen for that purpose. And I guess it could make sense if they do frequently travel together, as the claim states. If they were all together and then someone just came through and got all of them at once, that would explain how they got the whole kit and caboodle here. But again, it's not fully confirmed or anything like that. But what is true is that this group of 7 dogs was traveling for quite a while, covering miles of distance to get back to their village, to get back home, and they did it all together as like one coordinated troop. It's fucking incredible, actually. Assuming, of course, it is all true, which, again, all the sources I can find seem to agree that it is. One of the owners has apparently come forward talking about the relief. They were the owner of the German Shepherd and the Golden Retriever, stating how happy they are to have them back and fortunate that they were able to return to them. I also saw a couple other images capturing their journey. So yeah, I personally believe that it's real, and man, that shit is crazy. Like, I'm very happy that they made it back safely. As of now, this is all the information that's available. I'm hoping there'll be some additional information and a follow-up investigation trying to find the thieves that were responsible for taking the dogs, and hopefully they'll be brought to justice. It is a crime, what they did. It is 100% a crime, so hopefully they get punished for it. Anyway, even though this is a story about dogs finding their way home, there really is just something inspirational about it to a certain degree, to see this kind of gumption, to see them band together and go over the course of a couple days, many miles home against all the odds and get back safely all together as one unit is really just something super incredible. So yeah, I just wanted to yap about it a bit. That's it. See ya. updated like 4 days ago, a project called DGoog. So it's a search engine
running the
aggregator.
game. Now, if you've got a little bit of experience with, say, local AI inference, that will not be a surprise to you. Now, NVIDIA says they'll get this working in a single card by the time it releases. But basically, this tech was not ready to be shown off. It seems to have been rushed out to ensure there was something for NVIDIA to show at GTC for gaming, something to fire up audiences for what's next in graphical fidelity.
Yeah, it sure fired them up all right.
But unfortunately for them, audience interests are actually changing. A recent Newzoo report shows that the next generation of gamers don't have any overlap with the kind of hyper-graphical games that NVIDIA wants to sell cards with. They don't need...
That's right. Yep.
Need to spend $2,000 on a graphics card and $70 in a game to get the experiences they want because they're Fortnite, Roblox, and Minecraft. Most current gamers...
Yeah, because they're just stupid little kids. They're stupid little kids that want to play a game on a tablet. They don't need the game to have a million graphics. Like, they're not even going to understand it. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's how I was with games back in the day. Is like, I never got super involved with graphics. I didn't care about that. I just wanted to play the game. I think that's the way most people feel. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. Give me a minute. Excuse me. Now we're back. We good. Sorry about that.
Are not playing those big hyper-real games, and it's not because of a lack of availability. Like always, most of this round of marketing won't really touch the games that you play in a meaningful fashion. All of this is NVIDIA showing us the absolute cutting edge of what they think their tech can do. And you know what?
I think a lot of people can appreciate the photorealism and like the really good graphics of something like Expedition 33, Red Dead Redemption 2. Like back in the day, I remember whenever Dude, the biggest one ever, in my opinion, was Final Fantasy X. I remember when that got announced, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like, that was a whole new level. You think Crysis? See, I don't really got involved in that. But for me, it was Final Fantasy X. That was the big jump.
Engineers have done some really cool research here. They've made some really cool technology.
It's
just not really applicable to the artistic side of games. And because of that, it feels massively oversold. And that means it just all feels untrustworthy. As a general rule, the first version of a technology tends to be a little bit of a disaster. I mean, cool, shiny, impressive, maybe even inspiring, but often quite evidently not quite there yet. We're seeing this happen here, and we've seen it before. It's the same thing with, say, the ray tracing back when NVIDIA and EA collaborated to get it into Battlefield 5. The pitch back then was that, yes, it may tank some of your performance, but man, it'll be worth it for the graphical effects.
Cool.
And the demos were pretty. Some of the graphics were pretty. But back in 2018, the ray tracing was kind of rough. It was graphically expensive, and most people turned it off because they wanted to play their games, not purely look at them. But now, things have changed.
I mean, like, the thing is that whenever you're playing a competitive shooter, you don't want to have the lighting distracting you. You don't want to have that stuff happening. Like, again, like, it's just, it's the wrong genre. Like, you should be putting this in games that are not reaction-based games.
Devs have figured out how to make ray
That's what I
tracing
would say.
actually serve their games,
my opinion,
rather than just slathering it across every surface. And you know what? Resident Evil Requiem is one of those games.
Damn, didn't even shoot him in the head.
And what I just said there is kind of the main point. In 2026, the fastest way to get better performance in Resident Requiem is to mess around with the ray and path tracing settings. Not because those things failed, but because developers figured out how to implement them on their own terms. So dev implementation is king.
And I think that's one thing that a lot of people forget is that, like, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a great example of this, where it's a game that is optimized incredibly well, and because of its great optimization, it plays on a performance that, like, people wouldn't expect. I think that also, like, you have on the opposite side, Monster Hunter Wilds. Holy shit, what a fuck up that was. And then you also had now Crimson Desert. Crimson Desert has a lot of flaws, but performance and optimization seems to not really be one of them. Now, I think that I've encountered a couple of slowdown areas. One of them, actually, I think I've encountered one of them. But in a general sense, Dragon's Dogma 2 had the same slowdown issue. It did. And because it's not Unreal. Yeah, well, the problem is that, like, you say, oh, Unreal is the problem. I don't agree with that value. I don't agree with that assessment. Black Myth Wukong was on Unreal. I think that was fine. And so was Expedition 33, and that was fine too. I think that it's a matter of it being optimized properly. And whenever you look at, for example, whenever you look at the way that a developer optimizes a video game, you see the amount of tricks that they play on you, where it's like everything that's not in your direct field of vision actually despawns, for example. Like that's the way some some games work.
Developers having artistic control over the technology is king, and it always has been. And that's the problem with DLSS 5. It does not let them do that. Quite clearly that is the case when you look at these demos. It takes the developer's finished frame
shit.
and
Well,
it
I'm just saying,
decides
right?
what it should
But people don't
have
really think
looked
about
like.
that.
For some games, that may look better, but in many cases, it quite clearly does not. And
I
that's
think that the other big problem is that it upscales faces in a much higher ratio than it's upscaling clothes and other parts of the environment. So it makes the faces look out of place when it makes the rest of the game look bad. Because it's what I said before, like about the juxtaposition, right? Where there's like one thing that like really stands out because it's like way higher quality.
Because the ML inference is not down to the dev team. It is down to NVIDIA's model and every piece of media fed into that, how it's trained, how it's post-trained. And the problem is that can override the vision of the people who actually made the game, and
That's
that
right.
can homogenize what the player sees. And that's why
Yes.
there's been such an immediate pushback against the tech. It feels offensive to artistic direction.
It is.
But hey,
It's not offensive, it's artistic erasure. Like you're erasing the artistic direction by replacing it with an algorithm. That's what you're doing. And I think that in older games, like very old games, whenever you upscale them, I think you can have interesting and like funny interactions. And sometimes it looks cool whenever you upscale something that's like really low quality. But in a general sense, I don't think it's really something that you should do. And I think that what's going to happen in the future is you are going to have games that will understand the way the upscaling technology works and then design in a way that allows the upscaling technology to further upscale their artistic vision rather than just not designing for it at all. I think that this will just become another vector of design that they're using to effectively future-proof their games. That's probably what's going to happen.
Ray tracing took 8 years to become something devs could use well. Maybe 8 years from now, NVIDIA will have found another advancement
Probably, yeah,
that'll
that's what I
mean
think.
we won't need to think about
It's a tool. Yeah, exactly.
wanted at all. Okay, well, good luck in the stock price, Jensen. It's going well for you. Best of luck.
Yeah.
Fantastic. We love it when the numbers go up. And do you know what number could go up?
Which
the price
one?
you'll pay for a game in PlayStation when it's on sale as compared to one of your friends. This isn't some niche experiment in some random part of the world. No, it's happening in America as well. You can learn all about it in this video next.
Gaming is a national security threat. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? No. No, it's not. What do you mean? Let me go back. I'll link y'all the video. Obviously, I've watched Bellier's videos forever. I love Bellier videos.
Now, I know we talk about a lot of recruiter posts on this channel and crashing out and them losing it, but I want to talk about why. The behind the scenes of why people react the way they do, why I make the videos I do. Because when you read the recruiters posts like I do, you go, these people have no idea what it's like to actually be in the market. For example, this was an email sent to someone after they did a fantastic interview and was just about to get the job. Happy Friday, thank you for your message. I apologize for the delay in getting back to you. The team needed a bit more time to reflect on the interviews. I'm very happy to share some great news. The team felt you were a strong match for the opportunity. They were impressed with your preparation, your experience, and genuine passion you expressed. So you're getting all hyped up, right? Oh, wow, this is amazing, finally. At this time, though, they're not quite ready to move forward to the final round. But this isn't a reflection of you, of course. You know how many people go through this process, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds of interviews, they fly out, only to get told, actually, this position isn't available anymore. Well, actually, we're interviewing some people inside the company now first. We want to give them a shot. This is not a reflection of your performance. It's simply part of our process. We typically aim to have multiple candidates in the final stage, and I'm working on identifying additional talent to move forward alongside you. So you're number one, but you're not number one enough. They need to actually interview a bunch more people while you sit there with the good news of waiting for whatever that means to be over. I don't have an exact timeline for the final round, but the next step will be for the team to meet another group of candidates. So you're just sitting there waiting, and they're talking to you like this is actually good news. Once that is complete, I'll be able to update you on timing and coordination for the final interview. In the meantime, please feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Again, this is very positive news. I hope it helps you head into the weekend feeling encouraged. This is why I make the videos that I do. This is not great news. This is a waste of time, if anything. This is just a recruiter trying to keep their client on the hook so that they can still get that bag. I think the only thing people want to see is, yes, you got the job, here's the offer, not, hey, you didn't get the job, but we're going to interview some other people, and that's good news. You see how out of touch and insane these emails are that you're getting from recruiters and jobs and CEOs? Take this voicemail, for example. Hi, this is Teresa and Jamie from the company. I'm sorry to do this, but we need to cancel your interview for today at 10:30. We've had a couple resumes from a couple of our 11 different locations, so we want to give them the benefit of some interviews first. Hey, we know that we planned everything and wasted all of your time, but some other people at the company want the job too, so take a hike. So I'm canceling today at 10:30, and once we see how they go, we'll be back in touch if we're going to continue our search. Thank you. These recruiters are out of their mind. Do you see how frustrating it gets? Do you see how one-sided it is when the recruiters go on and say, oh, an employee canceled on me, but then you have stuff like this happening? Do they not see this? They must not. LinkedIn just seems to be a giant echo chamber for recruiters and CEOs and managers to complain about anything. It's the posts like these that are just so out of touch. Did I seriously just interview someone today and I asked them why they wanted the job and they said, to be transparent, it's for the money. Laugh emoji. I mean, a lot of people wouldn't even give the nicety of saying, to be transparent, it's about the money. They would just say, to pop bottles and buy shit, duh. That's it. That's the real answer. To pay your bills, to do the things you're actually excited about. It's just a job. If you're not the owner of the company, you don't have any personal investment in it, you're just showing up to work, telling everybody what they want to hear so you can get that paycheck and go home and do the things you actually enjoy in life. And then they sit up on their high horse like this. I died, and wrap that interview up real quick. People have bills. At least Patrick understands. That's it, lady. That's why we want any job. It's for the money so we can eat food and have a roof over our head. Your company isn't special or some amazing thing. It's a job. Get over yourself. I think that's quite the sentiment of all of the employees working with recruiters and these CEOs that think their company is Google or Microsoft or OpenAI or something. And then you have the job applications that are absolutely insane, like this one. Record a 1-minute video telling us about the time you most successfully hacked into a non-computer system for your benefit. Submitting a video response is mandatory. Applications without it will not be considered. Why would you record a video showing your face admitting hacking into something? Not sure why anyone would do that. Not sure why anyone would send a 1-minute video in general if they didn't really want the job. This would be a more optional thing, not mandatory. And besides, you're just getting people to admit on camera that they hacked into something that they probably shouldn't have. It's just insane. Why do you want to know this? Why would anyone even do this? Or this one. To apply, applicants must provide a resume and cover letter that highlights how they meet the above qualifications and submit a 1-page assignment that demonstrates their communication and analysis. The assignment can be found below. Here's the assignment. No. We're not doing assignments. We didn't go to high school and college and do all these tests and work with teachers and classmates just to do more assignments at home, not being paid for them. Come on. Okay, so POV, you're a manager of research and policy at OUSA, and one of the board directors has asked you to prepare a briefing note on student financial aid. The board member is meeting with a member of the provincial parliament who's very interested in the topic and would like to know more about how to address any issues regarding student financial aid. Your task is to prepare the board member with background information, research, and policy recommendations. This sounds like free work. Why are they going to do research and policy recommendations to someplace they don't work at for free? Your brief should be 1 page, single-spaced. What is this, a literacy class assignment? No, it's a job. Your brief should be laid out clearly and organized. It should outline the key issues, OSA's stance on the topic, highlight 2 to 3 relevant policy recommendations, and provide updated contextual information where necessary. No! How about no? How about pay someone for their time if you want someone to do this? I've mentioned it before, but this is what the job market looks like for quite a lot of people. 536 applications, 500 rejected or no answer, 36 interviews, 13 ghosted, 17 rejected, 4 to be determined, and 2 offers, 1 accepted, 1 declined. This is why people are impatient and upset with the job market, because 500 of the applications were just useless, completely wastes of time, ghosted. And then you have the people that do engage with your application only to offer you something way below you would even consider, or try and convince you that taking this lowball offer is worth it and will change your life. So if we do some quick math here, let's just do 500 divided by 536. That gives us, actually, it's less than 6.8% response rating. 93.28% of his applications just went into the abyss. So do you think people have time to deal with you didn't say hello correctly when they're looking for a job? No, they just want a job. You don't have time to jump through all of these extra hoops for free to most likely still get ghosted after that because it was just free work that they probably took from you. Just take a look at this company's interview process. Step 1, intro call, intro logistics, and a fit with Leah. Second call, meet with Jonas and get to know the product. Challenge. a time-boxed business challenge. 5 hours. You'll be working for free for 5 hours to see if you fit, of course. Challenge review and deep dive. 60 minutes. Is this paid? On-site day. Meet the team and lunch, dinner. And then we decide if we want to hire you or not. This is too many steps to the interview. Just interview them. See if you like them. Give them a trial run. Tell them that. There you go. Also, one popular thing that business people like to do when it comes to lowballing people is they like to give you offers at dinner, at night. After your energy of the day has been lowered, they'll wait until you go out to dinner in a social setting, and then they'll give you the offer with a whole bunch of pressure to accept it and why it's amazing. And chances are, after doing all of this nonsense, you just want the job, so you'll probably say yes. And they know that. And so this is just sort of an exhaustion tactic that they used. So we have a whole bunch of employees who just want a job to be able to pay their bills and live. And then we have people like this on LinkedIn, just causing problems for nothing. If you wouldn't use my name in the middle of a sentence you're saying out loud to me, don't use it as personalization in the middle of a sentence in an email. If you'd use my name in the middle of the sentence you're saying out loud to me, stop. Okay, Katie, look, it's not that big of a deal. It's actually very personalized, Katie, when people use your name, especially when they're talking to you, Katie. It's actually a very common thing when meeting new people to generate rapport, is by saying their name, Katie. It's actually not a bad thing at all. But she says, it's not personal, it's annoying and sounds forced and shoehorned. Katie, it's not shoehorned or forced. Did that sound shoehorned or forced, Katie? No, it didn't. It just sounds weird because I'm saying your name so many times now. But you see, we have real problems, 536 applications, 2 job offers, versus these sorts of problems. Don't say my name if you're talking to me. Now, what's really hilarious to me is that some of these, like, normal retail companies are starting to think of themselves as these huge industry game-changing empires, because the contracts they want you to sign just to work there as like a regular daytime retail employee are like written so that you sell your soul to the company. Like, look at this one for TJX. And if you don't know what TJX is, it's all of these companies: TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Home Goods, Sierra, Winners, blah, blah, blah. And this is one of their release forms they want you to sign when you work there. Hereby grant TJX companies and its affiliates and their licensees and assignees the absolute, irrevocable, and exclusive right and permission to use, publish, reproduce, and prepare, use, publish derivative works therefrom in perpetuity, and all media existing presently or in the future, pictures, photographs, videos, or other images of me, the materials, either alone or accompanied by other material in any manner, anywhere in the world, for any lawful purpose. What? Your pictures and videos can be used alone or accompanied by other material in any manner, anywhere in the world, for any lawful purpose. You work at TJ Maxx. People working at cashiers. People stocking clothes. Why do you need to sign this? I hereby waive all rights to inspect or approve any such image or derivative work of myself. What? It's just TJ Maxx. I hereby covenant not to sue and release TJ Maxx and their licensees and assignees from any liability resulting from the use of images of me in any manner permitted hereunder. So, you can't sue them. They can use your pictures and videos for however long they want, anywhere they want, in the world, and you're waiving that right to any compensation associated with that as well. So, they might be making a whole bunch of money off of you, but you can't get any of that. I'm hereby certify that I'm competent to contract in my own name. I've read this release before signing below and warrant that I fully understand and agree to its contents. I'm over 18 and have the right to enter into this release. I think any sane person would probably refuse to sign this. This is absolutely insane. Anywhere in the world you can use my pictures and videos, and you can combine it with other pictures and videos, and I'm not going to make any money off of it, and I can't even sue you or anything like that. I mean, why do you need all this? Just work in retail. You don't. This is overreaching. This is your corporate overlord in full paper form right here. Here's another image of a take-home test somebody had to do. Task A, build a landing page and a prototype. A full landing page with 13 sections with interactive prototypes, scroll animations, hover states. That's 50% of the test. Then we'll need you to make some graphics as well. That's 25%. Then we'll need you to make a product dashboard screen. That's 25%. And then we'll need some motion graphics. That's 20 points. Now, this is just to be considered for the job. You're not working there, not being paid for this. This seems like a full project for someone. And then down here, oh, the bonus, if you want to do it. Go ahead and submit an explainer video. Submit as a video plus raw editable files. Why do you need editable files? That's kind of weird. You need to use my work for something? It's my work, right? See, it's this sort of stuff. A take-home test that's a week worth of actual work, and then you give it to them and they say, we're reviewing it, and you never hear back from them because they just took your work and ran. So it should be making a lot more sense now why I point out these recruiters and people on LinkedIn, because they're just so out of touch. They haven't seen both sides. They're only dealing with people that are working with an already terrible job market. So what do you think you're going to get? People who are frustrated of having their time wasted. 536 applications, 2 offers. A less than 7% response rate. But what do you think about all this? What's your job application experience been like? Let me know down in the comments below. And if you have anything